Welcome to Get Sleepy, where we listen, we relax, and we get sleepy. My name's Thomas, and I'm your host, and I'm so delighted to have you joining me here for this special stitched episode of our Hercules series. We'll get straight into it in just a moment. But first, make sure you're comfortable in your bed. Put any physical distractions to one side. And when you're ready, close your eyes. Take a long, deep breath in, holding at the top for a moment, and then slowly let it back out. One more time, breathing in, holding at the top, and gently releasing. Now, let's join Hercules at the very beginning of his grand adventures. In the mountains in the heart of Greece was a sacred place named Delphi. For the ancient Greeks, it was the center of the world. Delphi was surrounded by limestone cliffs known as the Shining Ones. When the midday sun hit the rocks, they dazzled. It was as though the gods themselves were casting their light on Delphi, illuminating the landscape and the beautiful temples that had been built in their honor. The sanctuary at Delphi consisted of several temples. Perhaps the most magnificent of all was the one dedicated to Apollo, the god of sun and light, poetry, music and dance, healing, and truth and prophecy. People would travel from across the country to visit this temple, and the pilgrims came not just to pay their respects to Apollo, but also to visit the priestess. She was the oracle. She could provide answers to the most challenging questions and offer guidance to those who were lost. Pilgrims would leave Delphi with a feeling of peace and happiness, and a new sense of purpose. One afternoon, a man stood outside the temple of Apollo, waiting for his turn with the priestess. He had traveled for days and taken part in rituals and processions to prepare for the meeting. And now it was almost time. The man who waited was tall and muscular, with a short beard and dark curly hair. His skin was tanned a deep golden brown from long days on horseback under the sun. At first glance, the man seemed young, in his 20s perhaps, or early 30s, but somehow his dark eyes made him look older. The other pilgrims at Delphi noticed this man and exchanged whispers. Who was he? There was something about him, a kind of aura almost. Some said that in his gaze there was a glint of the divine. And it was true. The man was not a god, not yet, but he was the son of a god. His name was Hercules. His father was Zeus, the god of the sky and thunder, and his mother Alcmene was a mortal. But she was one of the wisest and most beautiful of all mortals, with eyes to rival those of the goddess Aphrodite. Even at an early age, there had been signs that Hercules was different. When he was just 8 months old, 2 enormous snakes had slithered into the nursery that he shared with his twin brother. Seeing the snakes, his brother had cried in fear, but Hercules had grabbed a snake in each of his pudgy little hands and squeezed the life out of them. With a god for a father, of course Hercules was going to be something special. But nonetheless, his mother was astonished by her son's strength and bravery. She consulted a famous prophet, Tiresias, who predicted an extraordinary future for the child. According to the prophet, Hercules would grow up to defeat all kinds of monsters. He was destined to become a hero. And so, over the years, Hercules grew up. He became a man, but he had not become a hero yet. Now, he was patiently waiting his turn to meet with the oracle at Delphi. In recent years, Hercules had felt lost. He wanted direction, purpose, and Delphi was the place to find it. Standing in front of the temple, Hercules was surprised by how relaxed he felt. All his life, he had been restless and impatient, rushing from one experience to the next. But now, he felt calm, in an almost meditative state. Perhaps it was the result of the sacred rituals he'd taken part in, the trances, and that dreamy procession along the sacred way, with laurel leaves in his hands. Already, Delphi had changed him, and he hadn't even met the oracle yet. Hercules took a slow, deep breath and looked around. He could see the valley spread out below, the sprawling olive groves, the clouds rolling over the distant mountains, casting soft shadows, a bird of prey flying high above, wheeling around in slow circles, and the shining cliffs gleaming gold beneath the afternoon sun. What a beautiful place, thought Hercules. He was so lucky to be here. Closing his eyes, he savoured the warmth of the sun on his skin and the fresh mountain breeze that blew through his hair. He waited and waited, and then it was time. Someone was calling his name. Hercules opened his eyes and saw an old man, a priest of Apollo. "The oracle will see you now," said the priest. Hercules felt a thrill of excitement in his chest. At last, it was his turn to meet the oracle and learn his fate. The priest led Hercules into the temple, past enormous statues and columns. One was inscribed with a command, "Know thyself." The words lingered in Hercules' mind as he followed the priest into a room, the innermost sanctuary. Usually, no one was allowed to enter. Hercules was one of the lucky few to be granted access. Now he found himself in a small, narrow, dimly lit chamber, standing opposite the oracle. The woman had white hair and a white dress, and sat in a golden three-legged chair. In one hand she held a sprig of laurel, and in the other a bronze dish of water. The air was filled with a kind of fume or vapour. It had a strange, sweet scent, almost like a perfume, and it appeared to emanate from a crack in the floor near the oracle's chair. Breathing in, Hercules felt himself becoming more and more relaxed. He stood there in silence, waiting for the oracle to speak. She would already know his question and the answer. The oracle seemed to look at him without seeing him. She was deep in trance. Her gaze shifted to the dish of water in her hand, and then back to Hercules. When she spoke, her words were slow and slurred, and came in a peculiar order. Hercules had to untangle the words in his mind, as though he was solving a riddle. The oracle's message was this: Hercules must travel south and serve his cousin, King Eurystheus, doing whatever the king asked. The hero's reward was eternal life. When Hercules left the temple, his head was reeling. It seemed he could still smell the fumes and see the oracle's face in front of him, pale in the darkness. This moment would stay with him forever. Looking up into the bright blue sky, Hercules felt himself slowly returning to reality. Once more, he became aware of the sun on his face and the breeze rippling through his hair and clothes. He had his answer now. It wasn't the answer he'd expected or wanted, but it was an answer. And he trusted the oracle. She spoke on behalf of Apollo, after all. There was no higher authority. The next day, Hercules left Delphi. His pilgrimage to the center of the world had come to an end. Now it was time to begin another journey. He went to the stables on the edge of town, where his horse was waiting for him. She was a beautiful grey mare, and he loved her more than any other living creature. He had named her Ianthe, which meant violet flower. The first time he'd laid eyes on her, she had been living among other wild horses, grazing in a meadow surrounded by purple flowers. Now she was eating hay in the stable, where she'd been patiently awaiting his return. Hercules stroked her neck fondly, then rested his head against hers. He wasn't exactly looking forward to the journey south, but at least they were together again. And once he was on the road, he felt differently. After days in Delphi, it was refreshing to be on the move again, passing through golden fields and riding along high coastal paths which overlooked the sparkling blue ocean. Further south, Hercules rode through endless acres of olive trees and undulating green hills, passing village after village after village, until, at last, he arrived. Night had fallen, and he was exhausted. The king's palace stood at the top of the hill, encircled by cypresses. In the moonlight, and in Hercules' fatigued state, it looked unreal, like something he'd dreamt. As Hercules slowly rode up the path, the sounds of trotting hooves and whirring cicadas blended together, creating a hypnotic rhythm. He could almost have fallen asleep right there, sitting astride his horse. But somehow he made it to the top of the hill. After ensuring that Ianthe was safe in the palace stables, Hercules went inside to announce his arrival to the king, his cousin. They hadn't seen each other for many years. Hercules had vague memories of visiting the palace in childhood, and his older cousin bossing him around as they played together. He had even stolen some of Hercules' marbles. He smiled, wondering if the king remembered too. In a way, it was fitting that the oracle had sent him here of all places. Here he was again, about to receive more orders from his cousin. When the king saw Hercules standing in the entrance hall, he could barely contain his astonishment. And when he heard the reason for the visit, his eyebrows went up even higher. The oracle at Delphi had told Hercules to serve the king and do whatever he commanded. How peculiar, but if that's what the oracle said. The king laughed and gave Hercules a pat on the back. He was sure he could think of something for him to do. But first, dinner. His cousin must be hungry after the long journey. With a smile, Hercules politely declined. All he wanted right now was a cup of water and a bed. He was longing to lie down. Right away, a servant escorted Hercules upstairs to a guest room. Not the grandest guest room, Hercules noticed. He remembered that there were others far bigger and lavishly decorated. This room was rather modest, with simple wooden furniture. But in his current sleepy state, Hercules didn't really mind. He gratefully drank the water the servant brought him. Once he'd quenched his thirst, he held the cup to the light of the oil lamp to admire the details. The orange cup was beautifully decorated in black designs. There was an image of the wine god Dionysus reclining in a boat in the middle of the sea. And all around were glossy dolphins moving joyfully through the waves. As Hercules slowly turned the cup in his hands, the intricate details caught the light and seemed to shine. It didn't matter that his room was humble, he realized. Beauty was everywhere. Hercules set down the cup, then let out a long, satisfying yawn. The bed looked rather ordinary with its simple wooden frame, but he was so tired that being able to lie down on any bed seemed like the greatest luxury in the world. And it turned out to be more comfortable than it looked, sinking gently under his weight as he stretched out. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, which seemed to flow right through him. He could feel his body relaxing, his mind emptying, and soon he fell fast asleep. The next morning, Hercules awoke feeling completely refreshed. He bathed and dressed, then went in search of the shady terrace he remembered from his childhood. The terrace, which had a spectacular view of the sea, was where breakfast was usually served. It didn't take him long to find it. Hercules made himself comfortable in a chair on the terrace, where there was just the right balance between sun and shade, and where he had the perfect view of the waves. Then he enjoyed a hearty breakfast of honey-drenched pancakes. This would give him the energy for whatever the day brought. As Hercules was helping himself to another pancake, the king stepped onto the terrace. He greeted Hercules cheerfully as he sat down opposite him. The king had been thinking, if the gods wanted Hercules to serve him, so be it. He had plenty of ideas. In fact, he had a list of tasks for Hercules to do. How many tasks? Asked Hercules. 10, said the king. Or maybe 12. Let's see. Hercules sighed. He could see that he was going to be here for a while. The first task, said the king, was to slay the Nemean lion. Hercules must have heard of it. Of course, Hercules had heard of the lion. It was infamous. For many years, it had roamed the woods near the town of Nemea, and the people lived in fear. This was no ordinary lion. It was a giant, at least twice the size of a normal lion, with teeth like swords and a roar like thunder. Some said it was descended from monsters. According to others, it had come from the underworld. Over the years, many people had tried to slay the lion or chase it away, but without luck. It remained there, lurking in the woods of Nemea, invincible, maybe even immortal. Hercules was their only chance. And so, after breakfast, Hercules found himself back on the road, riding northwards to Nemea. For most of the way, it was the same road he'd travelled on the day before. He didn't have to think. He could simply ride on, letting his mind wander as Ianthe took him through fields and villages. On the way, Hercules found himself reflecting on the oracle's words and the list of tasks the king had come up with. It was not the life he'd imagined, looking for lions at his cousin's command. But he had to remember that this was what the gods wanted. Deep down, Hercules knew he had to fulfill his potential, become the hero he was meant to be. And this was the way to do it. As he approached Nemea, his thoughts turned to the battle ahead. Somehow, the lion didn't frighten him. Hercules knew how to turn fear into excitement, to see every experience as a challenge, an adventure. Besides, if the gods wanted him to follow his cousin's orders and to complete the list of tasks, surely he was safe for now. He was only just getting started. A little while later, feeling relaxed and confident, Hercules entered the town of Nemea. People gathered in the streets, excited to see him. News travelled fast in this part of the country, and they'd already heard about the stranger, a hero in the making. If anyone could defeat the lion, it was Hercules. The crowds called after him, wishing him good luck. Then they watched as he rode on towards the woods. Hercules had everything he needed: his bow and arrow, his sword, and the strength of his own bare hands. If the lion appeared, he was ready. But to his surprise, there was no sign of the beast. Trotting slowly through the trees, he looked around, searching for any place where the lion might be lurking. Although, if it was as big as they said it was, it should be easy to spot. And then, all of a sudden, Ianthe stopped and stiffened. Hercules stroked the horse's neck reassuringly, but she wouldn't take a single step further. He dismounted and began to walk through the long grass, his bow and arrow at the ready. There was a fluttering sensation in his chest, but he told himself that it was just excitement. He wasn't afraid. Further on, he came to a clearing. On the other side was a large cave, overgrown with moss. and peering out from the cave entrance were two huge amber eyes. Hercules came to a halt, staring in wonder as the lion emerged. It was a monster, but a magnificent one, with a shining mane and thick fur like armor. When it opened its mouth, not in a roar but a yawn, Hercules felt as if he was staring into the entrance of another cave. The lion moved slowly, as though it had just woken up. But then it fixed its eyes on Hercules, and it was clear that the battle was about to begin. Hercules couldn't afford to hesitate for another second. At once, he took aim and fired arrow after arrow. But they bounced off the lion's fur without leaving a mark. Then Hercules took his sword and charged towards the beast, striking again and again. Yet the blade did nothing. By now, he was so close that he could feel the heat of the lion's breath on his face, and its growls rumbling through him. There was only one thing left to try. Hercules placed his hands on the monster's neck and squeezed, just as he'd squeezed the snakes all those years ago. He felt the strength coursing through him, a surge of divine power. And just like that, it was over. The lion lay on the grass, so still and peaceful, it might have been sleeping. With his sword, Hercules cut a golden tuft from the lion's mane. He would show this to the people of Nemea later, and then to the king as proof of his triumph. As he walked back through the trees, he smiled, imagining their reaction, their happiness and praise. For the first time in his life, he'd done something not only impressive, but heroic. Ianthe was pleased to see him. The horse nuzzled him affectionately, and then they walked side by side towards a stream they had passed by earlier. As Ianthe drank from the stream, Hercules splashed the cool water on his face, then took sips from his cupped palms. It tasted so good, so fresh. Then he slipped off his sandals and lay down on the grass, where a soft mound made the perfect pillow for his head. Soon he would return to the town and then the king's palace for his next task. But all of that could wait. For now, he was content to stay here, enjoying a well-deserved rest in the shade and listening to the stream. It was so soothing, just what he needed after the excitement of the battle. The longer he listened, the more he could feel his heartbeat slowing, his breathing deepening. Peace was like beauty, he reflected, something you could find everywhere if you looked, or something you could even create yourself. He could have rushed on, heading directly back to town, but instead he had remembered the stream and chosen to stop and rest. Closing his eyes, Hercules decided that he would do this next time too. Have a rest between adventures. That way, he would be fully recharged for whatever came next. But he didn't need to think about that right now. He let his mind wander as he listened to the stream, gradually drifting into a deeper state of calm. It was another beautiful morning. Hercules was sitting on the palace terrace with his eyes closed. He could feel the warmth of the Mediterranean sun on his skin, and he could hear birdsong as well as the soothing sound of ocean waves. When he opened his eyes, he could see that beautiful expanse of water in the distance, sparkling in the sunlight. The ocean was so calm and still, like a vast blue mirror. Hercules wanted to savor this moment of relaxation, eating his breakfast slowly and paying attention to every sensation. He knew that it was just a matter of time before he was back on the road again, heading to his next destination. But for now at least, it was still breakfast time. His cousin, the king, sat opposite, finishing off a plate of pancakes soaked in honey. And Hercules helped himself to a bunch of fresh black grapes, plucking them from the stem, one by one. As they ate, they resumed their conversation about Hercules' achievement the day before. Everyone was very impressed by Hercules, said the king. Impressed and grateful. In Nemea, people were holding feasts and celebrations in his honor and thanking the gods. Hercules had saved them. With the lion gone, they no longer lived in fear. Of course, said the king. The people were thankful to him too. After all, it was the king who had sent Hercules to Nemea in the first place. Nonetheless, Hercules was the hero. He had proven himself. Hercules smiled graciously, waiting for the king to continue. He knew that he was about to be given another task, the second of 10 or 12 tasks in total. The king was buttering him up, so he would be more willing to accept the next assignment, whatever it was. But for a while, the men lapsed into comfortable silence. Perhaps the king was choosing his words. Or perhaps, like Hercules, he was simply enjoying this moment, at ease on the terrace, digesting his breakfast in the warmth of the morning sun. The king leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. For a moment, it looked as though he was about to drift off. But then, with his eyes still closed, he spoke. Have you heard of the Hydra? Hercules laughed. Just as he had heard of the Lion of Nemea, he knew about the Hydra. And he'd been expecting this, sooner or later. The Hydra was a monster, which lived in a lake not far from the king's palace. It was a fearsome, snake-like creature, with multiple heads, and it was said to be invincible. But they had said the same about the lion, thought Hercules. So if he could defeat the lion, he could defeat the Hydra too. There was always a way. Still, Hercules was in no hurry to begin his next task. He continued to pick at the grapes and asked the king to tell him more. For instance, although he knew the Hydra was somewhere close by, he wasn't sure exactly where to find it. The route was simple, said the king. Just follow the coastal path west. Hercules would pass through a couple of towns, then reach a marshy area between the mountains and the sea. There, just beyond the pines, he would find Lake Lerna. Some said the waters were healing, but others said that the lake was perilous, an entrance to the underworld, which could be safely accessed only by the strongest and bravest of heroes. Hercules smiled when he heard this. There was no need to enter the lake, he said. He had no interest in swimming down to the underworld. All he had to do was battle the Hydra that lived in the water, and he could do that from land. But if he ended up in the lake, well, he was an excellent swimmer. With a raised eyebrow, the king remarked on Hercules' confidence. Other men trembled at the mere mention of the Hydra. Yet Hercules seemed unafraid. His cousin had always had extraordinary courage, the king reflected. Even as an infant, Hercules had been famous for his strength and bravery. In a battle with 2 enormous snakes, the 8-month-old Hercules had been the victor. And yet, said the king, he remembered the time they'd spent together as children, sometimes sharing a room. At night, the young Hercules had always wanted to keep an oil lamp burning. When it came to monsters, Hercules had always been fearless. But the boy had been afraid of the dark. How funny, said the king. Hercules was used to this gentle teasing. It had always been like this between them, his older cousin wanting to feel superior and making fun of him. But it was usually good-natured, and Hercules understood that underneath it all, there was probably a little bit of insecurity. The king was a king, but unlike Hercules, he wasn't divine. Both his parents were mortals. Secretly, perhaps the king wished he could be more like Hercules, the son of a god and a hero. So, thought Hercules, if the king wanted to tease him every now and then, so be it. The 2 cousins sat and talked for a while, reminiscing about childhood days in the palace. And when the conversation came to a natural end, the king turned towards the sun, which now sat higher in the bright blue sky. It was getting late, he said. They could sit here and talk all day, but Hercules had a job to do, his second task. He should get on his way and head to Lake Lerna. Very well, said Hercules with a sigh. He popped the last remaining grape in his mouth, savouring the sweetness of the juice as it burst on his tongue. Half an hour later, Hercules was down in the stables, ready to set off on his next journey. He stroked the soft grey head of his beloved horse, Ianthe, whispering to her that they were about to go on another adventure. Ianthe seemed to understand, letting out a loud huff. This was her way of saying she was ready. They were both well fed and well rested, ready to face the day. And soon they were trotting along the coastal road. Just as the king had said, the path was easy, a straight line following the sea. The road was flat, and Ianthe moved smoothly, almost effortlessly. As he sat astride her, Hercules could relax, admiring the scenery and letting his mind wander. On his left was the sea, stretching out endlessly in the most beautiful shades of blue, from deepest sapphire to limpid turquoise. It was calm this morning, as there was only a slight gentle breeze. The waves seemed to creep onto the shore in slow, respectful movements, as if taking care not to disturb the sand. Perhaps that was a sign that Poseidon, the god of the ocean, was in a good mood. Hercules decided to take it as a positive omen, although today it wasn't Poseidon he needed on his side. Gazing at the sea, Hercules' thoughts turned to the other gods and goddesses. He knew that they had a tendency to intervene in the lives of mortals when they felt like it, and their influence wasn't always benign. The goddess Hera, for instance, was a cause for concern. She was the wife of the king of the gods, Zeus, who also happened to be Hercules' father. When Hera had discovered that her husband had had a child with another woman, a mortal woman, she had been furious. Of course, Hercules didn't deserve Hera's wrath, but that didn't matter. The goddess was not one to forgive and forget. Now that Hercules was in the middle of a quest, he realized that Hera might try to thwart him. In fact, he was surprised and relieved that she had not yet made an appearance. But there was always a chance she might suddenly appear out of thin air, as the gods tended to do. If Hercules had an enemy, he should also have an ally, a god or goddess who might come to his aid. Who could he ask for help? And then, as if by magic, his question was answered. To his right, by the side of the road, he caught sight of a small, humble shrine made of stone. It stood in the shade of an olive tree. After pulling on the reins and bringing Ianthe to an abrupt halt, Hercules dismounted and went to inspect the shrine. It was roughly made, little more than a pile of rocks, but the inscription was clear. The letters had been carved carefully, expressing devotion to Athena, the goddess of war and wisdom. Resting on top of the shrine were a few faded flowers intertwined with leaves from the olive tree. Like the shrine itself, the offering was humble, but Hercules could see it had been placed there with love. The dried petals still had some of their colour, standing out in shades of red and pink among the narrow green leaves, and they were all held together by a piece of string, neatly tied in a bow. Hercules smiled, wondering who had left the offering. He wished he had something to give, but he had brought nothing with him except for his weapons for the battle ahead. All he could give was his prayer. So Hercules knelt down in the dust facing the shrine and uttered a silent prayer to Athena. In his mind's eye, he pictured the goddess, tall and bright and shining, with her glittering helmet and spear. He prayed for her guidance and protection. Although he believed that he could win this fight alone, he knew that it wouldn't hurt to have a goddess on his side. And the goddess of war and battles no less. When he faced the Hydra, hopefully he would have an ally to help him. Of course, there were no guarantees. He had no idea if Athena had heard his prayer, just as he had no idea what Hera might be plotting. The future was unknown. And yet, as Hercules got back on his horse, he felt a quiet surge of confidence. Somehow, he knew that someone out there was on his side. He could feel it, a warm energy in his chest. When he closed his eyes, he imagined a flame burning, like a sacred fire in a temple, strong and constant. Riding on, Hercules soon found himself approaching Lake Lerna. Just as the king had said, there was no mistaking it. To his right was a marshy, wooded area, and through the pine trees he caught a glimpse of green water. Hercules had decided to leave Ianthe in the shade of the trees, where she was safe. He stroked the horse's neck, and then walked on towards the lake. It was huge, so huge that the trees and mountains on the other side seemed hazy and impossibly far away. They hardly looked real. And then there was the water itself. Hercules had never seen such an unusual body of water, vast and still, the colour of jade. Part of him felt instinctively that the lake was dangerous and that he should keep back. Yet at the same time, he was drawn towards it. He longed to step into it, to bathe in the cloudy green water. But why? Then, breathing in, he became aware of the fumes. It was a subtle scent, so faint that it might almost have been his imagination. But he was sure there was something in the air emanating from the lake. And just like the mysterious vapors in the oracle's sanctuary, it was affecting his mind and judgment. It might even be poisonous. Hercules took a cloth from his pack and wrapped it around his face, so his nose and mouth were covered. Then, preparing his bow and arrows, he advanced towards the lake. The Hydra might emerge at any moment. For a minute, he simply stood there on the shore, gazing out across the green water. The surface was as still as glass, without so much as a ripple. Hercules stepped closer to the lake, then bent down to dip his fingers in the water. It was warmer than he expected, like a hot bath. Just as he was pondering what to do next, he noticed a movement in the water. Not the ripple that he had just created, but something bigger coming from the center. Hercules moved back and into position. He lit an arrow and loaded it, ready to shoot. And then, there it was. Rising from the middle of the lake were a multitude of snakeheads, at least 5 or 6. And as they rose higher and higher, Hercules saw that they were all joined to the same serpentine body. This was the Hydra. The monster hissed, flicking its tongues, and its long, scaly body began to undulate, moving through the water towards Hercules. At once, Hercules let the flaming arrow fly. Then another, and another. The air above the lake was filled with streaks of fire, like countless comets. But although each one met its target, the heads and body of the Hydra, the arrows left no mark. By this point, the Hydra had reached the shore. As soon as it was close enough, Hercules took his sword and swung it at one of the monster's heads. To his relief, it went right through. Then he stepped back, preparing for his next move. But But before he could strike again, he realized something, and for a moment he doubted his own eyes. There had been 6 heads, and he had taken one off. He had seen it. But now, instead of 5, there were still 6 heads. As Hercules continued swinging his sword, he counted. There were 6 heads. He took one off again, then kept his eyes fixed on the spot. In just a few seconds, the head grew back, like some strange, fast-growing plant. Hercules was perplexed. If the Hydra's heads grew back, how could he defeat it? He began to retreat back to the safety of the trees. The Hydra moved more slowly on land, and its large body would get stuck between the tree trunks, which stood close together. There, sheltered by the pines, Hercules closed his eyes. With dazzling clarity, an image appeared in his mind, the stump of a tree trunk burning in the darkness. The tree had been cut down, and all that remained was the severed trunk, burning like a candle. When Hercules opened his eyes, for a moment he could still see the bright orange flames dancing before him, and he felt sure that this was no ordinary spark of inspiration. It was a divine vision. Now he knew exactly what to do. Emerging from the trees, Hercules charged towards the Hydra, taking off one of its 6 heads yet again. But this time, instead of continuing with his sword, he took out his bow and arrow, and with lightning speed, he sent a flaming arrow directly at the stump. After a brief blaze, the flames died down, and Hercules was relieved to see that this time no head grew back. Now the Hydra only had 5 heads, and Hercules knew how to defeat it. But then, just when it seemed like victory was within his grasp, another creature appeared. As Hercules and the Hydra moved back towards the lake, something emerged from the water. A giant silver crab, like nothing Hercules had ever seen. It was the size of a boar, and its metallic shell and pincers glinted like armor. As the crab edged towards him, Hercules had to think quickly. Now he was battling 2 monsters at once, and this one, he suspected, had been sent by a god. The crab had appeared out of nowhere, just as he was on the verge of defeating the Hydra. It was a typical trick, he thought. Just the kind of thing Goddess Hera might do to make things difficult for him. But if that was the case, she had underestimated Hercules. He took a running jump towards the crab and landed on the shell, pressing down with all his superhuman strength until he heard a cracking sound. When he jumped down, he saw with satisfaction that a crack had appeared in the silver shell. The crab shuffled backwards into the lake and disappeared. With the crab gone, Hercules could focus on his real opponent, the Hydra. He continued as before, swinging his sword and shooting his arrows until there was only one head left. But the last head, the largest by far, proved difficult. Again and again, Hercules came at it with his sword, but it was like trying to cut a tree with a blunt axe. The Hydra hissed, taunting Hercules as it darted this way and that. Exhausted, Hercules retreated into the pines once more and collapsed onto the grass. He needed a moment to regain his breath and think of a new strategy. As he lay there on the grass, breathing deeply, he felt his heartbeat begin to calm. It was strange, he thought, to recover so quickly. Already he felt better, as though his energy was coming back, flowing through him. There was something special about these woods. And then, just as he was about to get up and return to battle, he became aware of a light, a golden glow, somewhere to the side. Sitting up, Hercules turned to look, and there beside him, resting on the grass, was a golden sword. It was a majestic creation, glimmering from the hilt to the tip. And while most men would have struggled to even lift it, Hercules knew that in his hands the giant heavy sword could work wonders. There was only one explanation. The goddess Athena had heard his prayers and decided to help him. Grinning, Hercules got to his feet and picked up the sword. It felt reassuringly heavy and solid in his hands, and the carved hilt was spectacular, a work of art. But he could pause to admire it later. Now, he had a battle to win. With the sword in his hand, Hercules rushed out of the woods, back towards the lake and the Hydra. And there, with a single swift blow, he cut right through the monster's neck. After one last flaming arrow, the battle was over. With a final burst of strength, Hercules pushed the Hydra's body back into the lake, where it sank into the green water. Once the surface had settled, it was just like before, calm and still. Without the monster's presence, Lake Lerna was transformed. All of a sudden, it felt like the most tranquil, peaceful place, especially in the golden light of late afternoon. Hercules removed the cloth from his face and took a deep breath. The air was fresh now, as the strange fumes from before had vanished. Somehow, the air even looked clearer. The trees on the other side were distinct, and the mountains had lost their haze. Before, they had looked so distant, like they belonged to another realm. But now, Hercules felt as though he could reach out and touch them. As he stood on the shore, he felt overcome by a sudden wave of exhaustion. Soon, he would return to Ianthe and find a place to sleep for the night. But first, he would take a rest right here, by the lake. There were no traces of the battle, and in his weariness, Hercules had almost forgotten it. The grass by the lakeside was soft and inviting. All he could think about was lying down, closing his eyes, and resting in the last rays of the sun. When Hercules woke back up, he saw the stars. The night sky was filled with thousands of pinpricks of light. He hadn't meant to fall asleep, just rest for a while. But it didn't matter. He was pleased to still be here, experiencing Lake Lerna by starlight. It was another place now, like something from a dream. The water was black, with a silver sheen from the moonlight. The distant trees and mountains were visible only as silver-tipped outlines, and all was quiet and still. The only sounds Hercules could hear were the humming cicadas and his own breaths. In a calm, dreamy mood, Hercules took off his armor and stepped into the lake. It was safe now, inhabited only by the tiny fish that floated near the surface. Immersed in the warm water, Hercules felt as though he were lying in a hot bath. He remembered what the king had told him earlier that day, that some people said the waters of Lake Lerna were healing, while according to others, the lake was the entrance to the underworld. What if both were true? Hercules wondered. He let his mind drift as he soaked in the blissfully warm water, feeling the relaxation spread through his weary body. It felt so good, so soothing. Gazing up at the sky, Hercules traced the patterns in the stars. He knew these constellations well. After all, his father was the god of the sky. But as he looked up, imagining the lines between the stars, he realized that there were patterns he'd never seen before. He was sure he could make out the form of a crab, and in another part of the sky, the stars were like the curved body of a serpent. The crab and the Hydra, two new constellations. After the battle, the gods had taken the bodies of the monsters and turned them into stars. Up there in the night sky, they would have a new life as a source of light and beauty. Hercules smiled. What a day it had been. And now, a night like this. Although he was still a long way from completing his tasks, he felt that he was already reaping the rewards. The evenings were starting to get cooler, and a fire crackled in the kitchen hearth. Hercules sat at the table, basking in the warm glow and savouring his feelings of fulfillment. There were few things quite as satisfying as a hot meal prepared by country folk. He'd arrived in this rural area just a couple of hours ago, tired and hungry after his journey. And near the woods, he'd had the good fortune to encounter a friendly farmer and his wife. They welcomed him into their home even before they'd realized who he was. The famous Hercules who'd triumphed over the Lion of Nemea and the monstrous Hydra. The couple had seen a tired traveller and his equally weary horse, and invited him in without a second thought. During dinner, a delicious lentil stew, the farmer and his wife had been astonished to learn the identity of their guest, and they'd been just as surprised to learn that he had come here, of all places, for his next quest. There were no monsters here, they told him, no ferocious beasts to be slayed. This was a quiet, peaceful part of the country, where the only creatures to be found were wild horses, pigs, and deer. Hercules nodded. He had come for the deer, he said, but not just any deer. The farmer and his wife exchanged glances. Now they understood, but such a task was impossible. Did Hercules really intend to find the golden deer? Yes, said Hercules, to find and capture the deer. That was his mission, the task that the king had given him. Hercules knew it was intended as a test, a challenge for the sake of it. After all, he'd proved his worth in battle. But what about hunting? It was a different kind of heroism, capturing a deer that ran faster than an arrow could fly. Ah, said the farmer, but that's not all. There was also the issue of who the deer belonged to. I'll tell you the story, said the farmer's wife. She drew her chair closer to the fire and invited Hercules to do the same. The little brown dog, who had been begging for scraps under the table, seemed to understand that the meal was over at last. She curled up by her mistress's feet and closed her eyes. But with her bat-like ears pointed up, it was as if she too was listening to the story. The golden deer was one of 5, said the farmer's wife, and it belonged to Artemis, goddess of the hunt and the wilderness. She was the one who watched over these woods. Artemis had found the herd of deer many years ago. They were roaming the wild, somewhere on the slopes of Arcadia. And they were such magnificent beasts, larger than bulls, with fur that gleamed gold and antlers like glittering tree branches. They were quite a sight to behold. As soon as Artemis saw them, she knew they had to become hers, her very own pets. And of course, this was a dream that only a goddess could fulfill. No mortal could tame that herd, let alone capture them. The deer moved so swiftly on their golden hooves that they could outrun the wind. But when Artemis approached, the herd stood still. Perhaps they knew she meant no harm, or maybe they even recognized her as a goddess, the protector of the wilderness where they lived. The farmer's wife paused her story for a moment and remarked on the intelligence of animals. "It's a quicker, more intuitive intelligence than ours," she said. Hercules smiled, thinking fondly of his horse asleep in the stable, while the farmer chuckled. "Dogs could be clever too," said the farmer, "especially when food was involved." Placing a chunk of cheese in his left hand, he then presented his closed fists to the little brown dog, who was dozing on the floor. She opened her eyes, sniffed both hands, then pressed her nose against the left fist. Opening his hands, the farmer rewarded her with the piece of cheese. Afterwards, realizing the game was over, the dog licked her lips, closed her eyes, and immediately fell asleep again, her head tucked between her paws. Meanwhile, the farmer's wife resumed her story. She told Hercules all about the deer of Artemis, how the goddess kept them in a secret grove where no human had ever set foot, and how the deer would pull her golden chariot through the heavens, harnessed by glittering bridles. With so much gold, the deer, the chariot, and the bridles all shining, it was a dazzling sight. When Artemis was in the sky, she rivaled her twin brother, the sun god Apollo. But, said the farmer's wife, only 4 of the deer pulled the chariot of Artemis. As for the 5th, well, that was a mystery. Some said the 5th deer escaped from the grove, or it fell from the sky. According to others, Artemis had let the deer run free. She'd deliberately released the creature into the woods. But for what reason, no one knew. There was a pause as Hercules, the farmer, and his wife sat in pensive silence, gazing into the flames dancing in the fireplace. Hercules reflected on everything he'd just learned. "Maybe I'm the reason," he said. The gods knew all. Perhaps Artemis saw this coming, the long list of tasks that Hercules would have to face to prove himself as a hero. And perhaps she let the deer loose on purpose, then gave the king the idea to set the task. The king thought he had come up with it himself, but maybe it was all Artemis's doing. The farmer and his wife smiled. Anything was possible, and it was true that the gods loved playing games, interfering in the lives of mortals. Then the couple asked Hercules what he planned to do with the deer once he'd caught it. Hercules explained the king's orders to bring the deer to the palace, safe and sound. Though, of course, that was obvious. Hercules wouldn't dream of harming a creature that was sacred to the goddess. He already had one enemy among the immortals, the goddess Hera. He certainly didn't want to upset Artemis. The farmer shrugged and let out a skeptical huff. Artemis was unlikely to take kindly to Hercules capturing her beloved pet, and that was assuming that Hercules managed to catch it in the first place. "Remember," said the farmer, "this deer could run faster than any other creature, and despite its enormous size and its remarkable appearance, it was surprisingly hard to spot." The farmer and his wife had spent their whole lives in this region. They'd grown up here, on the edge of the woods where the deer lived. And yet the farmer had never seen it, while his wife had seen it just once as a child. "It was like a vision," she said, with a dreamy, faraway look in her eyes. She could still recall that moment so clearly, even though it had been 30 years ago, maybe more. She had been out in the woods one springtime, gathering wild asparagus. As she knelt down in the grass, she became aware of a movement somewhere nearby and glanced up. And there it was, between the trees, the golden head of a deer, its amber eyes staring right at her. She barely had time to blink, and it was gone. It didn't even make a sound. There was something otherworldly about it, as though the creature had not fled, but simply vanished on the spot. So, she said, that was what Hercules was up against, a supernaturally swift deer that also happened to be the property of a goddess. Hercules grinned. He knew what the farmer's wife was going to say next. That if anyone could do it, it was him. "No," she laughed. "Not even Hercules could catch the deer." The three of them sat there till late in the evening, chatting by the fireside. The warmth made Hercules sleepy, and after a while he found himself yawning and rubbing his eyes. He had been so tired when he arrived at the farm. Exhausted after his journey, he'd been ready to collapse into bed. The hearty meal had restored him somewhat, but now, at last, his tiredness was catching up with him. All of a sudden, he was feeling so weary that he could almost have curled up right there on the floor, just like the dog. She was still dozing steadily, letting out little snores that sounded like bubbles popping. After thanking the farmer and his wife for the wonderful meal, and bidding them good night, Hercules made his way upstairs to the attic room. It was a humble room where the couple's children had once slept, and it still had that cozy, familial atmosphere. As Hercules climbed into bed, he imagined the two boys who once slept here. They probably stayed up late, whispering and giggling, just like Hercules and his own brother when they were young. This room was the warmest in the house, as all the heat rose up to the attic, and underneath the thick woolen blankets, Hercules felt comfortable and coddled. It was like being a child again. And then another source of heat arrived, a warm weight at the end of the bed. At first, Hercules assumed it must be the dog, but it seemed strange that she would come to him, given how attached she was to her mistress. Sleepily, Hercules propped himself up on his elbow and looked down the bed. Although the room was dark, he could just about make out the silhouetted shape of a cat curled up on the blanket. It felt nice to have this warm, silent company, a comforting presence in an unfamiliar home. Hercules found himself thinking of his own cat, a pet he'd had as a boy so long ago. His thoughts wandered. His breaths became slow and deep, and he soon fell fast asleep. Hercules slept deeply, but not dreamlessly. There was a dream that seemed to come in fragments, fading in and out through the night. He walked alone in a forest, catching glimpses of the golden deer. It appeared in flashes, like a flame igniting, then vanishing just as quickly. Between low-hanging branches, he saw thick golden antlers, and between the trunks, a golden leg or an amber eye. He never saw the deer in its entirety, and even in the midst of the dream, he knew it could not be real. But the creature continued to tease him, materializing in flashing fragments, and Hercules chased in slow motion, moving through the trees, following the deer that was not a deer, but a puzzle, something scattered. When Hercules awoke the next morning, he felt rested and motivated to begin his quest. The cat still slept at the end of the bed, and although the farmer and his wife were early risers, even they were still asleep when Hercules dressed and left. He went straight to the stable, where he greeted Ianthe with a cheery good morning. The horse was barely awake, and her large, dark eyes seemed to gaze at him with sleepy confusion, as if to say, "Why so early?" With Ianthe saddled up, Hercules took off towards the woods. The sun had only just risen, and a soft silver mist drifted through the trees. But Hercules barely felt the chill of the dawn air. He was full of energy and curiosity, eager to find any trace of the deer. As he rode through the trees, he scoured the ground, searching for hoof marks. But there were no markings at all, no signs that any animal had passed through. And there was a strange stillness, a silence he had rarely experienced in nature. At this time, thought Hercules, the air should be echoing with birdsong. But instead of a joyful morning chorus, there was only the whistle of a solitary bird, a missel thrush calling to its mate. All morning, all afternoon, there was no sign of the deer. The sun set early at this time of year, and as the light grew dim, Hercules was almost ready to admit defeat and return to the farmhouse. But instead, he sat on the ground for a snack and a rest. After eating the bread and cheese he'd brought with him, he leaned against a tree, sighed, and closed his eyes. He was more tired than he'd thought. And moments later, inevitably, he sank into sleep. This time, his sleep was brief and dreamless. When he awoke from his nap, it was still dusk, or so he thought. It was darker here in the woods, and he couldn't see the sky clearly. As Hercules looked around, trying to get his bearings, he noticed something. There was a light in the trees, almost as if the branch itself was glowing. But no, it couldn't be. Hercules rubbed his eyes and leaned forward to get a better look. And then he realized it wasn't a branch, but an antler. His first instinct was to leap up and begin the pursuit on foot. But he knew he would be setting himself up for an endless race, which he had no chance of winning. So, as swiftly and silently as he could, he mounted Ianthe and moved in the direction of the glowing antlers. Moments later, for a tantalizing second, he saw the deer. Not in fragments, not in his imagination, but right there in front of him, in its majestic entirety. Before, he had simply been imagining a golden deer, larger than the average deer, of course, and an unusual color, but still just a deer. This creature, however, was no ordinary animal. It was enormous, taller and wider than a bull, with antlers that seemed to reach the canopy. As the creature moved through the trees, its antlers pulled leaves from the branches, and its eyes were extraordinary. For a split second, the deer looked right at him, and its amber eyes seemed to flicker and burn, like the flames in the fireplace. After this brief electric gaze, the deer turned and ran, and Hercules gave chase as though his life depended on it. There was nothing he wanted more than to capture this creature, and to feel, even just for a moment, that it belonged to him. The night passed like a dream. In the moonlight through the trees, Hercules rode on and on. Ianthe was swift, galloping as fast as she could, but the deer was faster. Hercules never lost sight of his target, shining in the darkness, and yet he was never able to catch up or get any closer. The deer remained out of reach, bounding through the woods, in a blur of light and leaves. During the chase, Hercules lost all track of time. All he knew was that it was night, a seemingly endless night. The dawn seemed as remote and unreal as the deer. The sun would never rise, and the deer would never stop running. But Hercules didn't feel tired or hopeless. Instead, a surreal sense of calm overcame him. It felt as though he was living in an eternal moment. The chase was past, present, and future all at once, and he could only accept it and keep riding on. At some point, he knew that Ianthe would give in to exhaustion, and so would he. But until then, they would continue speeding through the pines and leaping over fallen trunks, and he would keep his eyes fixed on the prize, the radiant creature in front of him, streaking through the trees like a comet. But as the sky finally began to pale, softening into the lighter blues of dawn, Hercules blinked. He closed his eyes for a second, or so he could have sworn, and when he opened them, the deer was gone. For the first time that night, Hercules pulled on the reins, and Ianthe stopped. Both horse and rider were breathing heavily, suddenly aware of their exhaustion. "It's over," thought Hercules. He would give up for now, return to the farmhouse to rest, and try again another day. He'd have to think of a strategy, a way to go faster. Maybe he could ask the gods for help. With a sigh, Hercules dismounted. He walked slowly to a nearby stream that glistened in the moonlight, guiding Ianthe to the water. She lowered her head and drank gratefully, while Hercules did the same, splashing his face and hair. And as he crouched down by the stream, he became aware of something, a light. At first, he thought it must be the light of the sunrise, or perhaps a product of his own weary mind. But then he turned and saw. To his left, just beyond the bushes, was the unmistakable radiance of the golden deer. And this time, it wasn't moving. It was a still, steady glow, In a state of incredulous excitement, Hercules picked up the rope he had brought with him and crept towards the deer. In the soft, dewy grass, his footsteps were silent. Then, taking a deep breath, he lifted the rope above his head, swung it, and threw it like a lasso. The deer was sleeping so deeply, it didn't even twitch. It lay there in the grass, with its legs tucked under its body, fast asleep, the rope creating a kind of harness around its neck. At last, Hercules breathed a sigh of relief. Other emotions would come later, the joy, the pride, and the immense satisfaction. But right now, he was too tired to feel much else. With the end of the rope clutched tightly in his hand, Hercules lay down in the grass, just a few feet away from the deer. And there, basking in the glows of the deer and the dawn, he fell into the most blissful sleep. Another light awoke him. Even before he opened his eyes, Hercules knew that this was something different. Not the golden radiance of the deer, and not the bright natural light of the sun, but something misty, silvery, not of this world. He could sense it with his eyes closed, a cool, mystical aura that somehow felt familiar. He was in the presence of the divine. And as he slowly opened his eyes, he saw what he had half expected, the goddess Artemis looming over him. She was tall, 7 feet or maybe more, with dark silver-streaked hair and amber eyes, like those of her beloved deer. It was rare for Artemis to show herself to mortals. When she came down to earth, she usually took a less recognizable form, blending into the trees or transforming into an animal. She was known for being shy and intensely private. So for her to appear like this, in her true form, there must be a reason. And Hercules, even in his confused, sleepy state, could guess what that reason was. Speaking in a quiet, surprisingly deep voice, the goddess got straight to the point. What was Hercules doing with her deer? At once, Hercules began to apologize, and with remarkable eloquence, considering he'd only been awake for a few seconds. He didn't want to offend the goddess, the wise and beautiful ruler of the wild, who was even more graceful than Aphrodite, and far more skilled with her bow and arrow than any man. Artemis held up her palm. "Enough," she said. She didn't want apologies or praise. She simply wanted to know Hercules' intentions. And so, speaking more concisely this time, Hercules told her of the tasks he'd been given by the king and his instructions. He had been ordered to capture the deer alive and bring it back to the palace. "And then?" asked Artemis. Hercules was silent for a moment. He didn't know what the king's plans were. But, he said, he was sure the king would take good care of it. "Her," said Artemis. The deer was a she, despite her antlers. Hercules began to apologize once more, but the goddess interrupted him. "Listen," said Artemis. She didn't mind Hercules taking temporary ownership of her deer. If the king wanted to see the creature with his own eyes, so be it. But that was all. Afterwards, Artemis expected the deer to be set free once again, to run wild in the woods. And of course, Hercules would have to make some prayers and offerings in her honor. Unlike Athena, Artemis was not his protector, and she didn't do favors for free. Hercules nodded gratefully. This was much better than he'd expected. Artemis was a goddess who could be bargained with, apparently. Useful to know. Bending down, Artemis placed a loving kiss on the forehead of the sleeping deer, and a second later, she vanished in the morning air. Hercules let out a long exhale, feeling that he could breathe more easily now. He had nothing to fear. All he had to do was take the deer back to the king's palace, and if he had the goddess's approval, it should be easy. An hour later, Hercules rode out of the woods. With one hand, he held Ianthe's reins, and with the other, he held a rope, the makeshift reins for the golden deer, who trotted obediently beside him, her steps like muffled thunder. When Hercules reached the farmhouse, he let out a whistle. He couldn't leave without saying goodbye to his hosts. Standing in the doorway, the farmer and his wife could hardly believe their eyes. What a surreal sight! Hercules and the golden deer right there in front of them. Hercules invited the couple to come closer. The deer was gentle, he reassured them, and he had Artemis's blessing. The farmer and his wife stood on either side of the deer, tentatively stroking her golden fur. It was so soft, so warm, and it smelled like something they couldn't name, like the fragrance of wildflowers, mixed with rain and earth, and something else, some divine essence. This was a story to tell their children and their grandchildren. The tale would be passed down through the generations. Their encounter with the hero Hercules and the legendary deer that belonged to a goddess. After saying goodbye to the farmer and his wife, Hercules rode on. He travelled south, attracting curious onlookers whenever he passed through a village. The people had never seen such a thing, a deer that size, shining like the sun. And more amazing still, it seemed tame, walking calmly alongside Hercules and his horse. By the time Hercules reached the king's palace, the news of his achievement had already arrived, having spread throughout the land. And there was no need for Hercules to announce his return. That night, as he approached the palace entrance, he saw that the king and his servants were standing outside, waiting for him. A servant had already alerted the rest of the palace after spotting the distant light in the darkness. An ethereal glow, like the sun and moon, merged together. That was how the king knew that Hercules and the deer were on their way. And now, watching their arrival, the king felt a flutter of anticipation in his chest. The magnificent creature would soon be his. The deer would make a fine addition to his menagerie of exotic animals. After dismounting, Hercules greeted the king, who couldn't take his eyes off the deer. "As you can see," said Hercules, "I've completed my third task." The king nodded, still spellbound. For Hercules, this was confirmation enough. If the king agreed that the task was complete, the next step was to fulfill his promise to Artemis. Hercules gently removed the rope from the deer's neck, and she understood at once. She turned and transformed into a shimmering streak of gold as she sped away into the dark. While the king watched in dismay, Hercules patted him on the shoulder. "Next time," said Hercules, "there might be a prize they could keep." But the golden deer was not for them or any mortal. She belonged to Artemis. The excitement over, everyone in the palace returned to their rooms and settled down for the night. As they drifted into sleep, they thought of the golden deer. They imagined her running across the moonlit fields, through the dark woods, and back to the sacred grove of Artemis. It had snowed overnight, and the surrounding hills and fields were a perfect sea of white. To Hercules, riding through the countryside, it seemed that white, grey and black were the only shades in the universe. The ground was white, the sky grey, and the bare branches of the trees looked black in contrast. But the colours would come back soon enough. The sun would emerge from behind the clouds, and the sky would turn back to its habitual blue. And eventually, the snow would melt from the tops of the evergreens, revealing their verdant leaves. But for the time being, Hercules was happy to travel through this muted, slightly monotonous landscape. As he rode across the fields, his horse Ianthe's hooves crunching through the snow, he felt his mind clear. Here, there were no distractions. He could think about anything or nothing. In the stillness, he experienced a sense of absolute tranquility. And with so little noise and movement, even subtle changes in the environment were noticeable. The crack of a twig, the call of a bird, or the grunting of a boar. That was what Hercules had come here for. The king had given him his fourth task, to capture the giant boar that was said to live on Mount Erymanthos. Hercules had not yet reached Erymanthos, but there wasn't much further to go. Looking straight ahead, he could see the snow-capped peaks of the mountains gleaming behind a veil of cloud. Besides, there was always a chance he might encounter the beast even before he got to the mountain. It roamed all over the land, rampaging through farmers' fields and devouring crops. In the winter, it was more likely that Hercules would find the boar at home on the mountain, asleep in its den. But even so, as he travelled through open country, he would keep his eyes peeled. Just then, Ianthe let out a loud huff. It was as though she could read Hercules' mind. When they travelled together, sometimes it seemed like they were having silent conversations. Every now and then, Ianthe would interject, communicating her opinion through a huff or a whinny. "You're right," said Hercules, giving her an affectionate pat on the side of her neck. Then what? Even if he spotted the boar, then what? He didn't have a plan. The king had instructed him to capture the creature and not to harm it. And while Hercules was confident that he could stun the boar momentarily and capture it in his net, he wasn't sure what he would do next. He would have to find a way to somehow calm the beast so he could transport it all the way back to the king's palace. Perhaps inspiration would come to him later, after another hour or two of meditative riding. But for now, Hercules' focus was on finding the boar, or at least a trace of it. If the beast was as large as they said, it shouldn't be too hard. And while the boar was fast, it was nowhere near as swift as the golden deer, which Hercules had managed to catch for his last task. As for its intelligence, boars were supposed to be clever, but surely they were no match for Hercules. All in all, he suspected that this would be one of his easier tasks, at least to begin with. For the next hour, Hercules' gaze drifted from the mountain on the horizon, which was gradually drawing closer, to the sea of snow around him, and then back again. His mind emptied as he looked from the mountain to the snow, from the snow to the mountain, and he sank into a trance. Then, at last, something caught his attention. The snow around him was mostly smooth and untouched, but in a patch of snow to his right, there were unmistakable markings, hoof prints. They were too big to be a boar's prints. Hercules was sure they belonged to a horse, which was nothing out of the ordinary. And yet something about these prints sparked his curiosity, perhaps because they were one of the few signs of life he'd seen that day. The prints led in the same direction Hercules was travelling, towards Erymanthos, so he decided to follow them. Soon, he reached a series of craggy hills and caves. The hoofprints led directly into one of the caves, which had a tall, narrow entrance. How peculiar, thought Hercules. A horse might take shelter near the opening to a cave, especially in cold weather. But it seemed that for some reason, this horse had gone right inside. Ianthe slowed to a trot as Hercules guided her into the entrance. At first, the passageway was dark and so narrow that there was only just enough room for the two of them to pass through. But then it began to widen, and Hercules became aware of the glow of firelight at the end of the tunnel. All of a sudden, the space opened up, and Hercules found himself in the coziest cave he could have ever imagined. A large fire blazed at the center, while the ground was covered with beautiful, hand-woven rugs. And all around were carved wooden chests and stacks of shelves and drawers. On the other side of the cave, just beyond the fire, was the source of the hoofprints. Not a horse, as Hercules had imagined. Not exactly. It was a centaur, a creature with the legs and body of a horse, but the torso and head of a man. He was a fine horse, with a glossy chestnut coat, and he was a handsome man too, young and fresh-faced. "Welcome," said the centaur. "My name is Pholus." Just as Hercules was introducing himself, he heard the clip-clop of hooves coming from an adjoining cave. And then, to his astonishment, another centaur appeared. This one had a darker coat, which in the firelight seemed to be speckled with flecks of gold. As a man, he was older than the other centaur, and he had a distinguished-looking beard. But young and old were relative terms for the centaurs. They could live for centuries. The older centaur bowed his head in greeting and said that his name was Chiron. Hercules was starstruck. Chiron was the most famous of all the centaurs, He was known to be the wisest, having been raised by the god Apollo. He learned the arts of music, archery, prophecy, and above all, herbs and medicine. One day in the distant future, Chiron would share his knowledge with the hero Achilles. He would be the boy's tutor in the years before the Trojan War. But that was still to come. Now, the centaur was honored to be meeting a different hero, the famous Hercules. Dismounting from his horse, Hercules grinned at the compliment. It was incredible to think that the legendary Chiron already knew of him. As the younger centaur Pholus prepared a pot of tea, Hercules settled down on the rug near the fire and continued his conversation with Chiron. He was curious to know what the two centaurs were doing here, near Mount Erymanthos. As far as Hercules knew, from the stories he'd heard, Chiron lived far away to the east, on Mount Pelion. That was true, Chiron nodded. Pelion was his homeland. But in recent years, he and Pholus had been traveling together, and they decided to make Erymanthos their base for the winter. The two companions had found this cave and turned it into a cozy home. Even though he had only just met them, Hercules could sense the depth of the bond between the two centaurs. Their connection reminded him of the farmer couple he'd met during his last task. Pholus and Chiron shared smiles and glances full of meaning, and even in the confined space of the cave, they moved around each other with elegance and grace, almost like a synchronized dance. Pholus was the more reserved of the two. For most of the time, he listened in attentive silence while Hercules and Chiron chatted away. Chiron was surprised to learn that Hercules had come to Erymanthos in search of the boar. In Chiron's opinion, such a task was beneath a hero like Hercules. Finding the boar would be easy. He often saw it plodding up and down the slopes of the mountain in its never-ending search for food. But the boar spent most of the day in its den. The next morning, Chiron would show Hercules exactly where it lived. Hercules explained that his challenge was not finding the boar, but catching it and bringing it back to the king. Chiron's rumbling laugh echoed through the cave. Without knowing it, Hercules had come to exactly the right place and the right person, or rather, the right centaur. Chiron had the perfect solution. Right away, the centaur began to rummage through the countless drawers that lined the wall of the cave. The space reminded Hercules of an apothecary's shop, and in a way, that's what it was. Chiron was a master of medicine, and he had a collection of herbs and elixirs for every situation. He could ease aches, heal wounds, and calm wild animals. Pholus cleared away the tea, so Chiron had space to prepare another concoction, mixing leaves with sap and powder and other ingredients that Hercules didn't recognize. Soon, the pot was bubbling over the flames, and the cave was filled with a smoky, calming scent. When the mixture was ready, Chiron invited Hercules to take a sniff. Moving closer to the pot, Hercules took a deep breath in, inhaling the strange mixture. The effect was instant. Even without tasting it, Hercules felt a wave of relaxation spread right through him. He could have fallen asleep right then and there. Realizing that he was starting to sway, Hercules moved back from the pot. Chuckling, Chiron explained that they would bring this mixture with them tomorrow, and they would use it to lightly sedate the boar, so Hercules could bring the creature back to the palace without any problems. For the remainder of the day, Hercules relaxed in the company of the centaurs, sharing stories of his adventures. Ianthe rested nearby, watching the centaurs with curiosity and more than a little bewilderment. She didn't know quite what to make of them, these strange creatures that looked like a cross between her and her master. When evening fell, Pholus and Chiron prepared a hot, filling meal and opened up a jar of red wine. But it wasn't just any wine, Chiron explained. It was sacred, and it had been given to him by the wine god himself, Dionysus. Once the wine had been watered down, Hercules took a sip from his cup. It was rich, fragrant, and heady. As he savored it, he reflected on what an honor it was to receive the centaur's hospitality and be offered this special, sacred drink. With the warming effects of the fire and the wine, Hercules soon felt pleasantly sleepy. He tuned in and out of the conversation, listening as the centaurs reminisced about their encounter with the wine god the previous summer, and he soon lost track of the story, catching details here and there. Something about a pine grove near the sea, a secret sanctuary, and an exchange of gifts. Hercules found himself being gently roused by Pholus, feeling the centaur's hand on his shoulder. He must have nodded off. Pholus explained that he would set up a makeshift bed for Hercules here in the main cave. The centaurs would sleep in the other room. Hercules wondered if they slept standing up like horses, or lying down like humans. In the corner of the cave, Ianthe was already dozing on her feet. Once the bed was made up, Pholus and Chiron said good night to their guest. Then they trotted into the other room, their hooves echoing against the cave walls. Yawning, Hercules snuggled down beneath the thick quilt. It had been quite a day, and he was more than ready for a long, deep sleep. Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath in. He could still detect that soothing scent from earlier, the mixture that Chiron had prepared. Or perhaps it was only his imagination. Either way, he certainly felt calm and very, very sleepy. Without daylight, there was no way of knowing exactly what time it was. But out of habit, Hercules awoke just after dawn. And he awoke to the sounds and smells of tea being brewed, though the centaur was moving as delicately as he could, not wanting to disturb his sleeping guest. When Pholus realized Hercules was already awake, he smiled and wished him good morning. Unlike Chiron, Pholus was an early riser, but Chiron would wake up soon enough and be ready to join Hercules on his search for the boar. Later, after a warming cup of herbal tea and a light breakfast, Hercules prepared to set off. He felt a little sad to be leaving the cave, where he already felt so at home, and to be saying goodbye to Pholus. But the young centaur assured Hercules that he was welcome to come back next winter, or to join them in the spring when they returned to Mount Pelion. It was such a beautiful place, said Pholus, with a wistful look in his eyes. There were lush green slopes, infinite springs and streams, and magical groves inhabited by nymphs and other nature deities. And from the mountain, the Aegean Sea was visible, sparkling down below in radiant shades of blue. Hercules promised to visit one day. Perhaps he would take a break between his tasks and treat himself to a little holiday. But for now, it was time to say goodbye to Pholus and to set off for Mount Erymanthos with his guide. Once they had left the cave, Chiron led the way along the trail and up the snowy slope. Hercules followed on horseback, with Ianthe cantering at a more energetic pace after a good night's rest. As they continued through the snow, Chiron pointed out all kinds of things that Hercules would never have noticed. The centaur knew every nook and cranny of the landscape, the names of every tree and plant, and all their medicinal uses. Most importantly, he knew exactly where to find the giant boar. Not long after entering a wooded area, Chiron turned to Hercules and whispered that this was the place. Here, hidden underneath a tangle of dried grass and fallen branches, was the entrance to the boar's den. Slowly and carefully, Hercules got down from his horse, making sure he didn't land too heavily, and with cautious steps, he approached the boar's den. Now that he was closer, he could see that there was a dip in the earth and a space large enough for the boar to go in and out of its den. But from further away, it looked like nothing more than a mess of branches, with no visible opening. Without the centaur's help, he would never have found it. Chiron opened the satchel he always carried with him and took out the bait he had prepared earlier, acorns that were soaked in the calming herbal mixture. He placed them close to the entrance of the den, then gestured to Hercules to join him, hiding behind a nearby tree. They didn't have to wait long. Soon, a huge, twitching snout emerged from the den, with white tusks on either side. And then, out came the rest of its body, brown and bristly, and much, much larger than the average boar. It was more like a bear. Hercules wondered if the animal was naturally that size, or if it had grown to such impressive dimensions as a result of its feasts. The boar was notorious for its regular raids on farms and orchards. It ate everything in sight, and the acorns were no exception. The boar munched them happily, letting out a grunt of contentment once it was finished. Still watching from behind the tree, Chiron signaled to Hercules to wait. They needed to be sure that the boar was under the influence of the herbal mixture. After a minute or two, the boar's expression changed. Its eyelids drooped, and its eyes seemed to glaze over. Chiron nodded. Now was the time. Hercules stepped out from behind the tree and tentatively approached the boar. The creature appeared to register his presence, but only just. It stood there placidly. With help from Chiron, Hercules used ropes and netting to create a kind of harness for the boar. Once it was properly secured, he would be able to lead it across the land, all the way to the palace. And every now and then, he would give it another dose of Chiron's soothing mixture. Together, they made their way out of the woods. Chiron, Hercules on horseback, and the tethered boar walking slowly behind them. It was remarkable just how calm it was. It almost seemed tame, more like a pet dog than a wild boar. As they left Mount Erymanthos, Chiron gave Hercules some more advice on how to handle the boar during the journey. He also shared some additional tips on where to find medicinal plants and how to use them. Hercules laughed and said that he would never be able to remember so much information, but he appreciated it nonetheless, and he admired Chiron's enthusiasm. With a smile, Chiron said that Pholus often teased him for this very reason, but he couldn't help himself. He'd always been this way, with a deep love for nature and insatiable curiosity. Remember, said Chiron, the earth is an endless source of help and healing. One only needed to know where to look and how to use nature's gifts. Chiron then gave Hercules a gift of his own, although it was really from Pholus, he explained. The little bag contained the flowers and leaves of the ironwort plant, the ingredient of the tea that Pholus made. This way, Hercules could make the tea for himself and be reminded of his time at Erymanthos. Hercules was moved. He thanked the centaur for everything, promising that one day he would find a way to return the favor. But there was no need, said Chiron. Giving help and sharing knowledge was its own reward. The two friends said goodbye and went on their separate paths. Chiron returned to his cave, while Hercules began his journey south at a slow trot, always conscious of the boar behind him with its heavy steps and sporadic grunts. A couple of days later, Hercules stood in the palace garden beside his cousin, the king. The two men watched with satisfaction as the boar, now back to its usual self, ambled around its enclosure. It was a vast area that had been built specially, with trees and bushes, and even a little pond. The king had hired some of the best builders in the land to construct a solid fence to keep the boar safely contained. The creature already seemed to be quite at home in its enclosure, cheerfully snuffling at the ground. And the king was equally pleased. After the disappointment last time of not being able to keep the golden deer, he was delighted to finally have a new pet for his menagerie. And not just any pet, but the famous Erymanthian boar. There was also another advantage of the boar living here. Now, the residents of the villages and farms near Erymanthos could breathe a sigh of relief. Never again would the boar plunder their vegetable patches. Hercules had done well, said the king. He had completed his fourth task with admirable efficiency. Hercules replied that he owed his success to some new friends he'd made along the way. He would tell the king the story over a cup of herbal tea, a souvenir from Erymanthos. Still talking, the two men returned to the palace. And in the garden, the boar settled down in its cozy new den, and soon fell fast asleep. After a restful winter at the king's palace, Hercules was on the road again. The king, his cousin, hadn't told him exactly what his next task would be. He'd showered Hercules with praise for his most recent success, capturing the wild boar that lived on Mount Erymanthos. The creature now happily resided in the palace gardens. But for some reason, the king had been secretive about Hercules' upcoming quest. Whenever Hercules asked, the king would simply smile and wave his hand as if to dismiss the question. "You'll find out when you get there," said the king. For the moment, Hercules should enjoy his time at the palace, resting and feasting. But with the melting of the snow and the welcome arrival of spring, Hercules was ready to set off. And now he was riding through the fields of Elis to the west, on his way to meet another king. All that his cousin had told him was that he should travel to Elis and pay a visit to King Augeas, the ruler of the region. When Hercules arrived at the palace, Augeas would tell him what to do. So far, it had been a pleasant journey through the woods and farmland, following the river Alpheus. As Hercules rode alongside the stream at a gentle canter, he gazed at the water and recalled the myth about the river. The story went something like this. Once upon a time, there was a beautiful nymph named Arethusa. She often bathed in the stream near her home, soaking in the cold water on hot summer afternoons. One day, while she was swimming, she met the river god Alpheus. Mesmerized by her beauty, he fell in love with her. But the nymph was not in love, and she had chosen to devote her life to the goddess Artemis. So she rejected the river god's advances. Undeterred, Alpheus pursued the nymph, who called out to her goddess and protector for help. Artemis hid the nymph inside a silvery cloud, so she was all but invisible. But still, Alpheus chased after her. Then the goddess had another idea. She transformed the nymph into a river that flowed underground, beneath the sea, and all the way to a faraway island. And that was where the nymph Arethusa lived to this day, safe in her sacred spring on the island. As Hercules recalled this story, he smiled, thinking of his own encounter with the goddess Artemis. On his third quest, he had made a bargain with the goddess, capturing her beloved deer before setting it free once more. He wondered if he would meet Artemis again on another quest, or perhaps he would catch sight of Alpheus, who still lived in this river. It was said that these days he lived a more peaceful existence, no longer chasing after nymphs. Hercules cast his eyes up and down the river, but there was no sign of any divine presence. All he could see was the clear water sparkling in the sunshine, and all he could hear was the calming flow of the stream, the chirps of birds, and the whirring of grasshoppers. Still, he thought, there was no telling who or what he might encounter next. It made life more interesting, knowing that there were gods and divine creatures in these lands. At around midday, Hercules caught sight of a settlement in the distance. This must be it, he realized, feeling a rush of excitement. The kingdom of Augeas. He was nearly there. All he knew about Augeas was that the king's stables were famous. It was a vast building, home to thousands of divine cattle. Soon, Hercules and his horse Ianthe were trotting up the path that led to the palace. He looked around with curiosity and more than a little surprise. It was certainly an impressive estate, but it seemed to have been neglected. The trees needed pruning, and the walls could have done with a lick of paint. A statue of a god near the entrance was missing a hand. Compared to the palace that belonged to his cousin, the luxurious residence where Hercules had spent the winter, this place seemed slightly shabby. Then Hercules remembered that King Augeas was old, much older than his cousin. Perhaps he was struggling to keep on top of things. And perhaps, thought Hercules, that was why he had been sent here, to give the king a hand. But hopefully, it wasn't something so mundane. Hercules wanted his next task to be a noble one, something heroic, like capturing another legendary creature. He was feeling recharged after his rest over the winter, and ready for a new challenge. But when he entered the palace and met King Augeas, he was dismayed to realize that his first instinct was correct. Augeas sat in the throne room of the great hall, surrounded by dust and cobwebs. He was an elderly man, and he looked as though he'd rather be in bed than sitting on his throne. With a weary smile, he thanked Hercules for coming and explained the situation. It was time to retire, Augeas had decided, so his son could take over. He simply didn't have the energy to maintain the palace, finding new servants and making sure they were keeping everything in order. The palace was bad enough, but the stables, that was his main concern. Over the years, the stables where the cows lived had become terribly dirty, and he couldn't expect his son to sort out the mess. So before Augeas handed over power, he had a favor to ask from Hercules. Would he clean out the stables? Of course, said Hercules, though he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Cleaning the stables was hardly a heroic task. He wondered if this was his cousin's idea of a practical joke, sending him to shovel out stables. Perhaps he intended to take him down a peg or two. After leaving the great hall, Hercules went straight to the stables. The palace seemed pristine in comparison. The stables were a giant, sprawling complex filled with thousands of cows who seemed quite happy. But it was still a shame, thought Hercules. They were beautiful creatures, divine cattle that were said to be immortal. Their eyes were a deep brown with golden flecks, and their soft white fur seemed to shine. I'll get this cleaned up, thought Hercules. Once he was away from the stables, out in the fresh air, he took a deep breath and wondered where to begin. He certainly wasn't going to start shoveling, as it would take him an eternity. There had to be a quicker way. But right now, his mind was blank. He would sleep on it, hoping that inspiration would come to him in the morning. That evening, before he went to bed, Hercules visited Ianthe in the stables. Fortunately, these stables were in much better condition. Perhaps because there were only a handful of horses, rather than a never-ending sea of cows. Hercules liked to spend some time with Ianthe every evening, making sure she had enough food and water, and brushing her mane till it was as smooth as silk. As he stood there, slowly running the brush through the horse's hair, he heard the sound of approaching hooves. Turning towards the entrance, he saw a man enter on horseback. Even in the dim light of the stables, he noticed the resemblance. This man looked exactly like Augeas, only decades younger. You must be Phileus, the son of the king, said Hercules. And you must be the great hero Hercules, said Phileus. As he dismounted, Phileus explained that he'd just returned from a long journey. He'd planned to return the following week, but when he heard that Hercules was coming to the palace, he set off at once. He didn't want to miss an opportunity to meet the famous hero and to lend a hand if possible. When he heard this, Hercules laughed with astonishment. The king's son wanted to help him clean the stables. Surely not. But Phileus insisted that it would be an honor. Besides, he knew how much it meant to his father. The great clean-up of the stables was something they'd been talking about for months, if not years. It was long overdue. Phileus said he would meet Hercules the next morning, and together they would work out a way to clean the stables, but without getting their hands dirty. Hercules laughed again and said that they would need some help from the gods, or divine inspiration at the very least. Well, said Phileus, you never know. The two men left the stables and returned to the palace, where they wished each other good night before heading to their respective rooms. Hercules was pleasantly surprised by his bedroom, which was clean, comfortable, and decorated with beautiful designs. Everything here had potential, he thought. It only needed to be looked after in the right way. Lying on a soft bed beneath a warm quilt, Hercules soon drifted off. It seemed that he'd barely closed his eyes, and he was already sinking into sleep and into dreams of his travels. He dreamt of the river, the sparkling waters of the Alpheus, twisting and turning through the countryside. In his dream, he followed it endlessly until he seemed to merge with the river itself, becoming part of the flowing water. Hercules awoke with a smile on his face. The rosy light of dawn filled the room, and he could hear the birds singing in the trees. These were reasons to feel content, but Hercules also felt happy for another reason. He knew exactly what to do. After a light breakfast and a refreshing bath, Hercules dressed and went outside to meet Phileus in the palace grounds. The king's son was already there, waiting for him by a tree near the stables. Phileus smiled as he greeted Hercules. He could tell from the look on the hero's face that he had a plan. First, said Hercules, they needed to move the cattle. The men went to the stables and opened all the doors, encouraging the cows to come out into the pasture. One by one, the cows came plodding out, mooing happily as they felt the sunshine on their backs. This was their favorite time of day. For them, the simple pleasure of grazing in the grass was the greatest pleasure of all. The men had to wait a while, as there were so many cows in the stables. Hercules stopped counting after 100. Watching the stream of cows pass before them, Phileus asked Hercules what he planned to do next. "Bring me an axe," said Hercules. It was time to remodel the stables. Phileus watched in amazement as Hercules used the axe to destroy one of the stable walls. First one, then another, so the stables were wide open on both sides. It would have taken another man hours, or even days, to knock down those walls. But of course, Hercules was no ordinary man. With his super strength, wielding the axe as if it weighed nothing, he destroyed the walls in no time. And he only paused to wipe the sweat off his brow when he was sure that Phileus wasn't looking. The king's son was duly impressed. "What an experience," he said, "to see a demonstration of such strength. To see a man knock down walls without even breaking a sweat." Hercules smiled modestly. He was just getting started. Next, they would need a couple of spades. Seeing his friend's crestfallen expression, Hercules laughed. No, it wasn't for that. They wouldn't be shoveling out the stables, but digging a trench. Phileus was mystified, but he followed Hercules' instructions, digging in the ground just outside the stables, where a wall had once been. Hercules dug too, and made much quicker progress. But he was grateful to have an assistant, and he told him so. Chatting as they worked, the time flew by. After a break for lunch and a rest in the shade, they got back to work, digging and digging until they were almost at the river. Phileus smiled and congratulated Hercules on his ingenuity. Now he understood. "They were nearly done," said Hercules. "Soon the stables would be spotless." He asked Phileus to return to the stables, to keep an eye on the cattle, and to make sure they stayed in the pasture. The building needed to be completely empty. Phileus nodded and returned in the direction of the stables, walking alongside the newly dug trench. Meanwhile, Hercules gazed at the river and considered his next steps. He would wait a while to give Phileus time to get back, and then he would dig the final part of the trench. As he waited, he looked at the river Alpheus, recalling his journey the day before and last night's dream. He thought of the river god and the nymph who was transformed into a stream. Suddenly, everything seemed connected. All this water flowing, intermingling. He paused there for a while, feeling strangely content. Sometimes the anticipation of completing a task was the best part. Hercules knelt down by the river and splashed the fresh water over his face, washing away the sweat and dirt. It was surprising how such a simple act could make him feel refreshed, almost reborn. Then he turned his attention back to the trench. It ended just a few inches away from the riverbank. But in a moment, the trench would become a tributary of the Alpheus. Hercules picked up his spade and began to dig. Back in the pasture, Phileus watched over the cows. They were grazing serenely, oblivious to what had been going on at the stables. Lucky creatures, thought Phileus. They lived in the moment with no worries at all. All they needed was grass, water, sunshine, and each other's company. Perhaps, he thought, it was better to be a cow than a king. But these thoughts were interrupted by a sound in the distance, a rumbling, rushing sound, almost like a roaring waterfall. Turning towards the source of the sound, he saw the water. The great rush of the river had filled the stables, entering on one side and exiting on another. And as it left, it washed the stables clean. The flow of water seemed endless. Phileus watched in wonder, hardly able to believe his eyes. But at last, as if by magic, the water stopped. The stable began to drain out, the remaining water streaming down the hill and forming great puddles in the grass. Some of the cows wandered over and stepped right into the puddles, as if to wash their hooves. The stables were clean at last. Hercules had done a year's work in a day. That evening, as they feasted and celebrated in the palace, Hercules was keen to point out that he had not worked alone. He'd had some help from Phileus, who would make a fine king. Before Phileus could say anything, before he could point out that all the ideas and strength had come from Hercules alone, the hero winked at him from across the table. Phileus stayed silent, graciously accepting the compliment from Hercules and the praise from the other men around the table. Maybe it was true, thought Phileus. He would make a fine king. He'd learned a lot that day, and he was ready for the throne. Sitting next to him was his father, King Augeas, who beamed with childlike joy. The old man suddenly looked younger and livelier, as if a weight had been lifted. Just before dinner, he'd been given a tour of the stables, and he was delighted with the results. The stables were so clean, they positively sparkled. Even the cows looked shinier. Augeas began to reminisce fondly about how he'd acquired his divine cattle. They had been a gift from his father, the sun god Helios. Imagine, he said, a child of 5 being given a herd of immortal cows for his birthday. But the gods were like that, with their strange whims and fancies. The feast went on until late in the evening. Once Hercules had his fill, he said good night to the king and his son, then slipped outside to check on Ianthe. And after visiting his horse, Hercules went across to the other stables. The vast building had been transformed. It wasn't quite perfect yet, as it was still missing some walls. Hercules would see to it in the morning. But other than that, it was quite a sight. The walls and floor were pristine, almost palatial. Breathing in, Hercules noticed the unusual freshness of the scent. Perhaps it was his imagination, but he thought he could even smell the river. Water and earth mixed together to create the most soothing scent. The cows certainly seemed to be relaxed. Some were standing placidly, their tails slowly swishing back and forth. while others were dozing on the ground. They slept in similar positions to dogs, their legs tucked under and their heads resting on the straw. Young calves were curled up next to their mothers, fast asleep. And in the hush of the stable, the occasional snoring sound could be heard, the sound of deep rest. Watching the cows, Hercules also began to feel sleepy. Soon, he too would rest in that comfy bed in the palace. But for now, he was happy to stand here, reflecting on a successful day's work and listening to the quiet breathing of the cattle as they slept in the cleanest of stables. The sun was setting over the sea, turning the horizon into a band of gold. Hercules smiled as he gazed out of his bedroom window, watching the sun and sea melt together. He was glad to have caught this moment, having woken up just in time after a long nap. After returning from the palace of Augeas, Hercules had spent the past week here at the palace of King Eurystheus. The king was his cousin and the one who assigned him each task. But over the last few days, Hercules had enjoyed a break, resting at the palace while he awaited his next mission. He'd spent his time drifting between the bedroom and the beach, waking each morning to go swimming, then heading back for an afternoon nap. On this particular day, Hercules' nap had lasted longer than he'd planned. It was almost evening. As he watched the sunset from his bedroom window, he decided to go to the terrace, where he would have an even better view. And there, he found a familiar face. The king was also soaking up the sunset. The two men greeted each other with a smile and a nod, then sat together in peaceful silence, watching the sun slip into the sea. As the sky darkened, a servant came to light the oil lamps. Glancing at the nearby table, Hercules noticed a small, dark shape just below the lamp, sitting in the pool of light. For a moment, he thought it was a marble. It was exactly the same shape and size. But when he picked it up, he realized that it was a grape. It must have fallen out of the king's breakfast bowl earlier that day. As Hercules rolled the grape between his fingers, the king looked at him curiously. The grape had brought back a memory, Hercules explained. It reminded him of a marble and an afternoon years ago at this very palace. When they were children, the king had stolen some of Hercules' marbles. Of course, it had been a very long time ago, said Hercules. He doubted the king remembered. Or even if he did, thought Hercules, he would probably deny it. But to his surprise, the king laughed and nodded. Yes, he said, he remembered that day. As a matter of fact, he still had the marbles. He'd kept them all those years, tucked away in a trunk filled with other remnants from his childhood. In that case, said Hercules, he would like them back. The king let out another hearty laugh. Here was Hercules, a grown man and a hero, still thinking about some marbles he'd lost as a boy. Very well, said the king. Hercules could have the marbles when he finished the next task, the 6th of his 12 labours. 12, said Hercules. He was sure the king had said there would only be 10 labours in total, not 12. With a twinkle in his eye, the king replied that the last task, the cleaning of the stables, didn't really count. The river had done the work, not Hercules. And to make it a nice even number, there should be 12 labours rather than 11. The 12 labours of Hercules, said the king. That sounded much better. It rolled off the tongue. In the dim lamplight of the terrace, it was hard to read Hercules' expression, but the king thought his cousin looked a little dismayed. Cheer up, he said. You're nearly halfway there. With a sigh, Hercules asked the king what his next task would be. He hoped it would be something more noble and heroic than the last one, cleaning the stables for Augeas. Not to worry, said the king. This time, the task was a challenge worthy of a hero. He was sending Hercules to Lake Stymphalia, where the locals had a problem with some birds. What kind of birds? Said Hercules. You'll see, said the king. He had a mischievous expression, thought Hercules. That twinkle in his eye. It would be disappointing to arrive at Stymphalia and discover that the birds were mere pigeons. Nonetheless, Hercules accepted that this was his task. Whether the birds were monsters or pigeons, or something in between, he was ready. The next morning, Hercules rode to Stymphalia, travelling along a familiar road. For most of the journey, he followed the same route he had taken on his very first quest. It was the road to Nemea. He remembered these expansive fields, these scattered villages. And when he passed through Nemea, he realized that just as this place had left an impression on him, he too was remembered. The affection was mutual. People rushed out of their houses to see him, as they were still so grateful for what he had done, defeating the lion and restoring peace to their town. Hercules smiled graciously, accepting their offers of food and gifts. He hoped he would have a similar impact in Stymphalia, helping the people and earning their gratitude. By late afternoon, he was approaching the lake. His horse, Ianthe, trotted steadily towards the wide expanse of green-blue water, which seemed to blend into the surrounding landscape. The surface was so still, it created a perfect mirror, reflecting the green slopes of the nearby hills. At the edges, the lake merged into marshland. Reeds and rushes stood tall above the water, barely seeming to move in the breeze. There was something almost eerie about the stillness, thought Hercules. It was like a painting, a static scene on a vase. The only wildlife he spotted was a lone heron standing motionless in the water. And while he could hear muted birdsong in the trees, he couldn't see any other living creatures. The heron and the timid birds in the background were surely not the creatures he had been sent here for. The king had talked of birds that were causing trouble in the countryside and disturbing the locals. So far, however, everything seemed peaceful. Too peaceful, perhaps. Hercules decided to spend some more time by the lake, looking for signs of the birds, before heading towards the houses on the other side of the water. There was no rush after all. He might as well take his time and see what he could find. After dismounting and leaving Ianthe to graze not far from the shore, Hercules began to walk around the lake. The place reminded him a little of another lake, the one where he had encountered the Hydra during his second task. There had been a strange atmosphere at that lake, with its jade-green water, the fumes, and the unnatural stillness. This lake wasn't home to a monster, and yet, here too, there was something uncanny, something Hercules couldn't quite define. It wasn't the presence of evil, he thought, but rather the absence of life. He felt that there should be more noise and movement instead of this absolute tranquility. It was as though the place was holding its breath, waiting for something. As the sun began to set, Hercules turned around and started to retrace his steps back towards Ianthe. He had to admit that despite the strangeness, the lake was beautiful, especially at this hour. The setting sun turned the water into dazzling golden glass. It looked like the entire sky had descended into the lake and now lingered there in perfect stillness. Just as Hercules paused to admire the view, from the corner of his eye, he became aware of a movement. Looking up, he saw dark, distant silhouettes gliding across the amber sky. And as they came closer and closer towards the lake, Hercules realized that these were not ordinary birds. Their wings made a sound, a rattling, clinking noise, almost like armor. It wasn't the sound of feathers, but of metal. Hercules watched in wonder as the birds flew overhead. There were so many of them, a flock of 50, 100, maybe more. They were about the size of a heron. But unlike the calm, motionless creature he had seen earlier, these birds were clearly on a mission. They moved swiftly, purposefully, towards the fields on the far side of the lake, and then descended in unison. By now, the birds were too far away. Hercules couldn't see what they were doing, let alone try to stop them. But if they were a problem for the locals, as the king said, most likely they were stealing crops. Before Hercules intervened, he wanted to know more about these birds. Besides, it was getting late, and it was time for him to find somewhere to spend the night. He climbed onto Ianthe's back and rode on. A little later, in the half-light of dusk, Hercules reached a house on the outskirts of town. It wasn't quite a farm, but it had a large garden full of fruit trees. A charming place to live, thought Hercules, tucked between the town and the lake. The garden had potential too, though some of the trees looked rather bare. And while it was hard to see clearly in the fading light, it looked like the vegetable plots were a work in progress. After tying up Ianthe nearby and making sure she had food and water for the night, Hercules went to the house and knocked on the door. He was greeted by a small, shy boy, who was immediately joined by another boy, then a girl, and finally a woman, the children's mother. Hercules introduced himself and began his explanation. He had been sent here by King Eurystheus. He had heard about a problem with some birds, and he was hoping to find somewhere to stay for the night. But the family barely heard a word. As soon as they heard the name Hercules, the children began to chatter excitedly among themselves, while their mother gaped in amazement. "Of course," said the woman at last. "It would be an honor to host him, as long as he didn't mind sharing a room." Hercules replied that he would be grateful for anything they could offer him. Something to eat and somewhere to sleep. That was all he needed. The woman ushered him into the kitchen, where she was in the middle of preparing dinner. They were soon joined by her husband, who was rendered momentarily speechless, finding the famous Hercules at his kitchen table. Once they had overcome their initial shyness, the couple, Theris and Helen, told Hercules all about the birds. "They were pests," said Theris. "The birds had eaten nearly everything in the garden. Figs, pears, pomegranates, not to mention the vegetables." "In fact," said Helen, "this stew contained one of the last leeks she had managed to salvage." The birds had first appeared at Stymphalia about a year ago. According to Theris and Helen, the creatures were seemingly indestructible. Arrows had no effect on them. They also had sharp bronze beaks, which meant they could peck their way into anything. Not only did they steal crops from the fields, but they also used their beaks to break into the town's supplies of grain. Hercules now understood. The birds were immortal and insatiable. No wonder the family were looking at him so expectantly, hoping that he could help. After dinner, the children beckoned him outside. There was something they wanted to show him. It was now late in the evening, but the light of the full moon illuminated the garden, giving everything a silvery glow. One of the boys took a stick and began to draw in the dirt. Hercules leaned down and saw an image slowly emerge. A pointed beak, then jagged wings. The boy had drawn a picture of one of the birds. "Look," he said. Using the stick, he gestured towards the bird's beak and wings and explained that the feathers were just like armor. No arrow or any other weapon could penetrate the metallic plumage. Besides, his brother added, there was simply too many of them. Even if Hercules somehow managed to bring down one bird, there was still the rest of the flock, 100 birds or more. Hercules looked down at the image in the dirt, then at the faces of the 3 children. "Well then," he said, "what should I do?" The boy who had drawn the picture looked thoughtful for a moment. Then he made a tentative suggestion. Hercules could use a net. If he waited till the birds were down on the ground, pecking at the crops, he could sneak up on them and catch them in a big net. "No," said the boy's brother, "that would never work. Hercules should poison the birds instead, scattering hemlock among the crops." Then the little girl, who had stayed silent until now, shook her head and spoke. There was no need to harm the birds, she said. Hercules could simply scare them away, perhaps by making a loud sound. He could try shouting, "Boo!" The boys began to giggle. What a silly idea. But Hercules smiled and thanked the children for all the suggestions. Even heroes sometimes needed help and inspiration from others. Later that night, Hercules settled down on the spare bed, listening to the family's quiet breathing. He found it soothing, knowing that they were all asleep. And he was so tired after his busy day that it wasn't long before he too nodded off. Hercules slept in till late in the morning. There was no hurry, as the birds wouldn't appear until sunset. He spent most of the day chatting with the family, telling them stories of his adventures. Then, in the afternoon, he rowed out to the lake, towards the area where he had seen the birds the day before. As he got closer, he realized that there was a problem. The fields were inaccessible. He would have to wade deep into the marsh to reach them, so there was no way he could get close enough to shoot at the birds, let alone poison the crops. Of course, he reasoned, there had to be another way to reach the fields, a route that didn't involve going through the marsh. But as he looked around, the only route he could think of involved retracing his steps, then going all the way round the lake in the other direction. It would take too long, he decided, so that left him with the third option, the little girl's suggestion, which was to scare the birds away with a loud noise. He was doubtful about this too. Standing here, separated from the fields by the marsh, he was too far away. The birds would hear his shouts, but at such a distance, they wouldn't be frightened. Still, thought Hercules, it was worth a try. The sun was gradually beginning to lower in the sky, casting an amber glow over the fields and hills. The lake, too, was starting to transform, the glassy surface catching the light and glinting here and there. As he waited for the arrival of the birds, Hercules closed his eyes and uttered a prayer to the goddess Athena. She had helped him before, during the fight with the Hydra, and perhaps she would come to his aid again. As the goddess of wisdom, she might give him an idea, a flash of inspiration. Just then, Hercules heard a soft thud, as though an apple had fallen from a tree. Opening his eyes, he saw something lying on the ground, half hidden in the grass. He bent down to look, and discovered that it was a pig made of clay, a children's toy. How strange, thought Hercules, a clay pig appearing out of nowhere. It was a sweet little thing, with its comically large ears and snout. The toy would make a good present for the children. As Hercules picked it up, he noticed that it made a sound, a rattling in the pig's belly. Curious, he shook it from side to side and was startled by a loud rattle, like the sound of 1,000,000 cicadas. He could never have imagined that such a small, innocent-looking thing could make such a noise. It seemed that the goddess had answered his prayer, in the most unexpected way. She had given him a rattle louder than thunder to scare away the birds. In his mind, Hercules thanked Athena for helping him once again. Then he waited patiently, watching the changing colors of the sky until he caught sight of the birds. There they were, moving in unison, silhouetted against a golden backdrop. They flew steadily towards the fields. Soon, they were so close that Hercules could see their bronze beaks and feathers glinting in the last rays of the sun. When the birds were directly overhead, Hercules shook the rattle. This time, he was prepared for the sound, but the birds were not. The flock scattered in confusion. Then they reformed and immediately began to fly in the opposite direction, away from the fields. That was all it took. A single shake of the rattle, and the birds were gone. Grinning from ear to ear, Hercules rode back alongside the lake. By nightfall, he had reached the house of Theris and Helen, and there, at the kitchen table, he shared the good news with the family. The people of Stymphalia no longer needed to worry about the bronze-beaked birds. If the creatures ever returned, all they needed to do was shake the rattle. "This is for you," said Hercules, handing the rattle to the children. He added that they should resist the temptation to shake it while inside the house. It was for outdoor use only. Beaming, the little girl cradled the clay pig in her hands. Then she placed it carefully on the kitchen shelf, between the pots of dried herbs. This was its new home, she said. Thanks to Hercules, everyone in the family was in good spirits that evening, chatting and joking and making plans for the garden now that the birds had gone. Then, after a simple but satisfying meal of crusty bread with garlic cheese, they all settled down for the night. Once they were tucked up in their beds, warm and content, they soon fell fast asleep. In the morning, Hercules said goodbye to his new friends, promising to return one day. As well as his affection for Theris, Helen, and their 3 children, he had grown to appreciate the beauty of Lake Stymphalia. While it had once seemed too quiet and too still, Hercules now realized that there was nothing wrong with the place. It had only been his own worries about the birds, making him feel as though there was something strange about the atmosphere. Now he could see the lake as it was, a beautiful, peaceful place. The tranquil atmosphere was a result of its unspoilt nature and secluded location, nothing more. After a final slow ride by the lake, Hercules pulled on the reins, encouraging Ianthe to canter, then gallop. It was time to go home. By now, he had come to think of the palace as home. He had his own bedroom, and everything felt so familiar. And he could always look forward to a warm welcome from his cousin, the king. "So," said the king, clapping Hercules on the back, "you've done it again." Hercules had completed his 6th labor. At last, he was halfway through. This was cause for celebration, said the king. That night, they enjoyed a hearty feast. The wine flowed freely, and a travelling bard entertained them with stories, tales of love and war, and the heroes of old. Then, just as Hercules was on his way to bed, ambling down the hall, he heard the king call his name. "I have something for you," said the king, and into Hercules' outstretched hand he poured out the pouch of marbles. These were the ones the king had taken from him all those years ago when they were children. Now that Hercules had defeated the lion and the Hydra, captured the deer and the boar, cleaned the stables, and chased away the birds, this was his reward. To anyone else, it might have seemed underwhelming or even disappointing. But to Hercules, it was strangely touching. These marbles were a reminder of his childhood, the carefree days before he became a hero. And it meant something to him, knowing that the king had kept them all this time. "Thank you," said Hercules, rolling the marbles between his hands. The glass felt cool against his skin, and there was something soothing about it, the feel of the marbles rolling over each other, making delicate clinking sounds. A little later, with the marbles tucked beneath his pillow, Hercules closed his eyes and prepared for sleep. He deserved a good long rest, now that he was halfway there. For a moment, Hercules found himself wondering what adventures awaited him next. But then, at last, tiredness overcame him. His breathing became slow and deep, and he allowed himself to let go, drifting into the most satisfying sleep. Hercules lays on the deck, stretched out on planks of wood that have been warmed by the sun. His eyes were closed and his mind empty. All he was aware of were the sensations, the sun on his body, the sound of the water lapping against the side of the ship, the fresh, salty scent of the ocean, and the soothing rhythm of the waves rocking him back and forth. One hand lay loose and relaxed, resting against the warm wood. In the other, Hercules held a few glass marbles. Occasionally, he would roll them around in his closed palm, relishing the feel of the cool glass against his skin. Hercules had been given these marbles after his last task. Now, he kept them in his pocket as a kind of talisman and something to touch whenever he wanted to relax. Rolling the smooth marbles between his fingers helped him to sleep. Not that he'd been having much trouble. Recently, Hercules had been sleeping well, and he'd enjoyed plenty of rest and relaxation. Most of the summer had been spent with his friends, the centaurs Chiron and Pholus. He'd first met them on a previous adventure, when he was searching for the wild boar. The centaurs had given him an open invitation to return to their home on Mount Pelion. For the past month, Hercules had stayed with his friends on the mountain. They'd spent idyllic days together, roaming the sacred woods, bathing in crystal clear streams, and foraging for plants. The centaurs would then prepare the most delicious meals. They had dinner by the campfire, sharing stories of their travels since they'd last met, before settling down to sleep under the stars. It had been a wonderful summer. And now, Hercules felt rested, refreshed, and ready for his next adventure. He was slowly heading south towards Crete. As always, he didn't know what lay ahead. The king had told him to take a ship to the island of Crete and to capture a bull. That was all he knew of his upcoming quest. But Hercules wasn't too concerned. For now, he was simply enjoying the voyage, the sensation of being carried across the calm waters of the Mediterranean, under a cloudless blue sky. It was so relaxing. As for the bull, well, he would deal with that when he got to Crete. There was no point in thinking about it now. He preferred to focus on the present, savoring each peaceful moment aboard the ship. One of Hercules' favorite things about sea travel was the way he lost track of time. Almost imperceptibly, morning turned into afternoon, and a radiant dusk transformed into a clear, starlit night. There were moments when time seemed to stand still altogether. To Hercules, with nothing to do and no hurry to reach his destination, it hardly seemed to matter what hour it was. But when night came, he was ready for sleep. There was something almost magical about the effect of the sun and the sea, something he could feel in his entire body. A deep drowsiness spread through him until he could barely keep his eyes open. Most of the men chose to sleep below deck, but since his trip to Pelion, Hercules had acquired a taste for sleeping outdoors. He gathered his blankets and pillow and made a bed for himself in the middle of the deck, right beneath the stars. It wasn't long until he fell asleep, or at least he thought he was asleep. But then, all of a sudden, he found himself awake and aware of a presence. Somehow, he knew instinctively that it was a goddess. Even without seeing her, he could sense her warm, reassuring aura. It reminded him of being a child, waking in the night to find his mother at his bedside. Rubbing his eyes, Hercules sat up and looked around. There she was, standing just a few feet away. The goddess Athena. It was the middle of the night, so it was still dark on deck. Any mortal would have been almost invisible, but Athena glowed with her own light, a radiance that seemed to spread into the darkness around her. They had met before, in a way, The goddess had answered Hercules' prayers on more than one occasion, helping him in recent quests. He'd had a fleeting sense of her presence, like the smell of smoke or incense lingering in the air. But this was the first time he'd seen her. She was tall, graceful, and imposing, with a face that gave nothing away. Athena was the goddess of wisdom and warfare, so she looked serious like a scholar, but she also had the muscular arms of an Amazon warrior. In her hand, she carried a glinting silver spear. Hercules spoke first. Rising to his feet, he bowed and thanked the goddess for her help with previous quests. He couldn't have done it without her. Athena smiled and invited Hercules to sit back down on his makeshift bed. She had come to talk to him, she explained, and he might as well make himself comfortable. Sitting cross-legged, Hercules looked up at the goddess in wonder. What had brought her here? A whim, said Athena. She had felt like paying her favorite hero a visit. But she also came with information which might be useful. As the king had told Hercules so little about his quest, perhaps she could help instead. She would tell him the story of the Cretan bull, the beast that he was being sent to capture. Of course, said Athena, this was no ordinary bull. It was a gigantic, snow-white beast with horns like tree trunks, which had once belonged to the sea god Poseidon. Somehow, the bull had ended up on the island of Crete, where King Minos reigned. The king tried to keep the bull with the rest of the royal herd, but he had underestimated its strength. The bull soon broke free and began to run wild. To this day, the bull was loose, rampaging through fields and villages across the island. And although it was not aggressive, the people of Crete were afraid. And there were rumors, Athena added. It was said that the bull had fathered a monster, a creature that was half man, half bull, known as the Minotaur. Apparently, King Minos kept the creature contained in a secret labyrinth specially built by a master craftsman. It lived underground, while its father, the bull, roamed the island. For a moment, Hercules closed his eyes. His head was swimming with images. A huge white bull, dusty village streets, and a creature, the Minotaur, at the heart of a maze. Then he became aware of Athena's voice as she continued speaking. There was no need to worry about the Minotaur, she said. The creature was safely contained. But the bull was another matter. Despite their efforts, King Minos and his men had been unable to catch it. That was why Hercules was being sent to Crete. He'd captured other animals, the golden deer and the wild boar, so maybe he would be able to handle the bull. And then, asked Hercules, after capturing the creature, what should he do with it? Athena gave a slight shrug. It was up to him, she said. All Minos wanted was to get rid of the bull, to send it far away from Crete. Hercules nodded thoughtfully. Perhaps he already had an idea. Before she left, Athena told Hercules that she had faith in him. Most mortals would tremble in the presence of such an enormous bull. But Hercules had that special strength, that extraordinary bravery. She was sure he could do it. Hercules thanked Athena for everything, not just the valuable information, but also for her kindness and encouragement. It made him feel even stronger, knowing that he had the support of the goddess. Athena wished him good luck and good night before fading into the dark sky like a wisp of smoke. One moment she was there, the next she was a faint shadow, and then nothing at all. The whole encounter might have been a dream. As he got settled in bed, Hercules reflected on the conversation. He could hardly believe that it was real, that the goddess had appeared before him just like that. He was so grateful. And while he had felt fairly relaxed before, now he was even more confident about his mission. Of course, he could handle the bull. In a way, he was even looking forward to it. A chance to demonstrate his strength to the people of Crete, and perhaps gain some new admirers. Smiling to himself, Hercules let his head sink deep into the pillow and gazed up at the stars. If he looked carefully, he might be able to recognize a familiar constellation. But he was too tired to trace the invisible lines in the night sky. So instead, he relaxed his focus, seeing the stars only as beautiful, glittering lights. Beneath him, he was still aware of the comforting rhythm of the waves, rocking him to sleep. Early the next morning, Hercules arrived in Crete. Glancing up at his map, he saw that the port was not far from the palace of Knossos, home of King Minos. Part of him was tempted to visit, but then he looked up from the map and gazed at the coastline, the endless expanse of golden sand which merged into water of the deepest, purest blue. The palace could wait for another day. Instead, Hercules would set out along the beach and stretch his legs, talking to any locals he met along the way. Perhaps someone could tell him where to find the bull. Hercules walked slowly, and as he was used to traveling by horse, his progress felt even slower. His beloved horse Ianthe was currently being looked after in the stables back home, as he had decided to make this journey without her. So for now, he would explore Crete on foot at a leisurely pace. And if the bull turned out to be on a remote part of the island, Hercules could find another horse to ride tomorrow, or the day after. There's no rush, he told himself. Strolling along the sand, he relished the feeling of his body moving and his muscles working after long days of stillness at sea. It felt so good to walk, and particularly here on this splendid stretch of coastline. This part of the island was peaceful, and the land could almost be described as gentle. Unlike the rugged, dramatic landscapes that Hercules was used to, this was a place of sloping hills, soft sandy beaches, and calm seas. The land was greener than he'd expected, and there was a sense of openness. The beach went on and on, out of sight. And instead of being overshadowed by cliffs, it was bordered by wide fields. It felt as though the land itself was opening up, taking deep breaths of the sea air that surrounded it. Every now and then, Hercules would encounter some locals, fishermen returning to shore, or children playing in the shallows, and they all told him the same thing, that he was in the right place. After a day of munching crops and wandering the island, the bull would come to this beach, and here, with tired legs and a full stomach, it would settle down on the sand for an afternoon nap. "Keep walking," said the locals. Hercules was bound to find the bull sooner or later. He followed their advice, walking all the way along the beach. When he grew hot, he would wade into the sea. When he was hungry, he snacked on some bread and cheese that a local man had given him. And when he was tired, he would sit in the shade and gaze out across the water, taking deep, restorative breaths. He had always loved the sea air, how it relaxed and recharged him all at once. The sun followed its path across the sky, drawn by the sun god's chariot, and across the island the shade expanded, until most of the beach was shrouded in cool shadow. Hercules was a little weary after his long walk, but the refreshing coolness of the shade and the ocean breeze gave him the energy to keep going. Then, at long last, he caught sight of the bull. Resting in the sand, just a few feet from the incoming tide, lay a majestic creature. It was snow white and looked more like a building than an animal. Hercules was reminded of a white marble tomb he had once seen, a huge monumental sculpture. But this bull was no sculpture. Even as it lay there, still and tranquil, Hercules could sense its power. After all, this was a bull that had once belonged to the sea god Poseidon. And perhaps, thought Hercules, that was why the bull came down here, right by the sea. It was the call of the ocean. As he approached the bull, Hercules paused for a moment. He closed his eyes and uttered a brief prayer to Poseidon, asking him for his help in taming the beast. Hercules couldn't be sure if the god had heard his request, but when he opened his eyes and looked towards the sea, he saw an unusually tall wave close to the shore. After rising high into the air, it fell into the calm surface. Perhaps the wave was just his imagination or a trick of the wind, but Hercules chose to take it as a good omen, a greeting from the god. Feeling confident, Hercules walked towards the white bull. At first, his approach went unnoticed, his footsteps silenced by the sand. The bull was half asleep, gazing at the ocean through half-closed eyelids. Each deep breath was visible in his vast body as his sides moved in and out. What a magnificent beast, thought Hercules. As he got closer, his sense of awe deepened. And then the bull stood up, and Hercules was even more amazed. It really was the size of a building, towering over him. From where Hercules stood, the bull's horns seemed to touch the sky, grazing the big white clouds above. The bull stared at Hercules, a bemused expression in its large brown eyes. It let out a scornful huff, as if to say, "You think you can defeat me?" But Hercules didn't think. He knew. He was stronger than any man and any animal, even the famous bull of Crete. The fight was soon over. Hercules wrapped his arms around the bull's neck, and after several minutes of pushing and pulling, he wrestled it to the ground. Although the bull had the strength to fight back, it chose to surrender, realizing that it had met its match. Hercules placed the rope gently around the creature's neck, and as the sun began to set, turning the sky pink and the sea gold, the bull followed him across the sand. It was late at night by the time they reached the ship. The few men who were still awake came to help, carefully guiding the bull below deck. There it would stay, among the straw and crates, until they arrived back on the mainland. One of the men asked Hercules what they would do with the bull when they arrived. Smiling, Hercules gave them their orders: to take the bull straight to his cousin, the king. Hercules was sure that the king would be pleased with his present, just as he'd been delighted with the wild boar. Here was another legendary creature to add to his collection. In the palace grounds, the bull would live a peaceful existence, and it would no longer disturb the peace of others. All in all, it was the perfect solution. Once Hercules had checked that the bull was safe and secure, with an abundant supply of food and water, he went up to the deck. It was after midnight now, and he was just about ready for bed. But as he walked across the deck, he sensed that he was not alone. Someone else on the ship was still awake. Turning around, Hercules was surprised to see a man and a child. The man was a member of the ship's crew who had helped Hercules to bring the bull on board. And the child, a girl of no more than 7 or 8, was presumably the man's daughter. They were standing just across the deck, watching Hercules shyly. It was as though they wanted to speak to him, but didn't quite have the confidence. So Hercules went up to them, thanking the man again for his help and asking about his daughter. The little girl's name was Rhea, her father explained, and she was very excited to meet her hero. She'd heard all about Hercules' many adventures, and now she was thrilled to be a witness to his latest success, the capture of the Cretan bull. Rhea smiled and nodded shyly, happy to let her father speak on her behalf. "We just have one favor to ask," he said. He explained that his daughter wanted a souvenir, something small that she could keep as a reminder of her meeting with Hercules. Even before the man had finished speaking, Hercules knew what he would give Rhea. It felt like the right thing to do, to give the child something that had been precious to him. Reaching into his pocket, Hercules took out the pouch of marbles and handed it to Rhea. Her eyes were wide with wonder. As she carefully opened the pouch, she spoke for the first time, whispering, "Thank you." Her father was grateful too, seeing the joy on his daughter's face. Now she had a keepsake and a moment she would remember for the rest of her life. After saying goodnight to Rhea and her father, Hercules got ready for bed. He made himself comfortable on the deck, adjusting his pillow and blankets until they were just right. He was looking forward to another night, sleeping beneath the stars. In fact, He was looking forward to so many things. The return to the palace, the reunion with his horse, and the next adventure, whatever that might be. Tomorrow, the ship would set sail, traveling north with its special cargo. But for now, it remained anchored in the port, moving ever so slightly with the gentle waves. The ship was almost still, just like Hercules, as he lay fast asleep, dreaming of his island adventure. The tide was coming in, creeping up the shore in hushed, rhythmic waves. As Hercules stood there, watching the waves, he remembered another beach and another dusk. Not so long ago, he'd walked along the coast of Crete at sunset, leading the legendary bull back to the waiting ship. Now, Hercules was on a beach far, far away. This was the coast of Thrace, to the northeast of Greece. After a long journey across the Aegean Sea, Hercules had spent days traveling the land by horse until he reached the shore of the Black Sea. Now it was dusk, and he was stretching his legs on the beach, while his horse Ianthe trotted beside him. He had missed her on his last adventure, and he was glad to have her with him this time. Ianthe's mere presence was reassuring. She walked slowly, her steps muffled by the sand, letting out a quiet snort or whinny every now and then. Hercules gave her an affectionate pat on the neck. Perhaps she would be helpful for this particular task, seeing as it involved horses. This time, the king had given Hercules very clear instructions to bring back the horses of Diomedes. Diomedes was a king who ruled this part of Thrace. Near his palace, he was known to have an enclosure of wild horses, which he had captured but not tamed. No one could ride the creatures. They were said to be as swift as the wind and as wild as the ocean when it was stirred up by one of Poseidon's storms. And for that reason, they made for interesting, albeit challenging pets. Hercules' cousin, King Eurystheus, had been acquiring an impressive collection of animals. Thanks to Hercules, the king now owned a huge boar and a legendary bull. And now he had his eyes on Diomedes' horses. So this was Hercules' 8th task: to travel to Thrace, capture the horses, and bring them to the king. Part of the challenge was the journey. It was a long way, there and back. But in this moment, Hercules was focused on the task at hand: how to find and capture the horses without being spotted. He had a vague idea of where they were kept. The palace of Diomedes was just about visible in the distance, further up the coast. Hercules could see the roof glinting pink and gold in the sunset. Presumably, the land where the horses were kept was somewhere on the other side, at the back of the palace. There was no point in approaching the palace directly. Hercules was sure to be spotted. Instead, perhaps he could try another route. He could go through the woodland and search for the border between the forest and the horses' enclosure. It was worth a try, and this was the perfect time of day, or rather, night. By the time Hercules got close to the horses, he would be under the cover of darkness. Even if he wasn't able to capture the horses straight away, at least he could catch a glimpse of them and assess the situation. On the beach, Hercules climbed onto Ianthe's back. Then, once he was comfortably in position, he stroked her neck. The horse could interpret every touch and command that Hercules gave her, so she knew the meaning of this stroke. It meant go. At once, the horse and rider moved away from the sea, heading towards the dark cluster of trees that lined the beach. In the fading light, the pines looked black, silhouetted against a pink sky. Entering the forest felt like stepping into another world. It was darker, quieter. Even the air was different somehow. Sheltered from the sea breeze, this place had a dreamlike stillness. The only sounds were the quiet chirps of insects and the occasional note of birdsong, which seemed to be coming from far away. To some, the woods may have seemed a little unsettling, especially as it grew darker and darker. But Hercules had always felt at home among the trees. He'd spent his childhood playing in the woods, often staying out till late. And it was in those magical twilights that Hercules had overcome a fear. His fear of the dark. When he was very young, he'd always slept with an oil lamp burning. He felt safer that way. But as he grew a little older and began exploring, he realized that the night was nothing to be afraid of. Besides, it was rarely as dark as it first seemed. Hercules discovered that his eyes adjusted after a while, and that there was always a source of light. Wherever he went, there was always the moon. So now, as he rode his horse into the darkening woods, Hercules was unafraid. And Ianthe, sensing his confidence, was also at ease. She trotted onwards, deeper into the heart of the forest, finding a path between the pines. When night arrived, the moonlight filtered through the leaves, casting streaks of silver over the trees. It was beautiful, but it didn't offer much visibility. With so little light, Hercules became more attuned to the subtle sounds around him. It was quiet, but there was always sound, just as there was always a hint of light, even in the darkest of places. He could hear his own breaths, almost in sync with Ianthe's heavier breathing. He could hear the familiar rhythm of her hooves, muffled slightly by the soft earth and fallen pine needles. Then there were the other living things, chirping crickets, the trill of a nightjar, and an owl calling out over and over again. Although Hercules couldn't see the owl, he recognized its call. This type of bird was known as the Owl of Athena, and associated with knowledge and wisdom, just like the goddess. Given Hercules' close relationship with Athena, the owl's presence felt comforting. It seemed like a good omen. As he rode on, Hercules became almost hypnotized by the call of the owl. He was so focused on the repetitive sound that it took him a moment to become aware of other sounds in the distance. Drum beats and women's voices singing. For a second, he doubted himself. He must be imagining things, dreaming. But the sounds were becoming louder and louder, and there was no mistaking it. No animal could make music like that. Then Hercules remembered the stories he'd heard. The tribe who lived in this part of the country was said to revere the god of wine, Dionysus, and the followers of Dionysus often worshipped outdoors at night in mysterious rituals. That would explain the music, perhaps. Hercules pulled gently on the reins to make Ianthe slow her pace. He didn't want to disturb the people, whoever they were. Gradually, the music became louder, and light began to spread through the trees, the warm orange glow of torchlight. Now Hercules could hear the words, though he couldn't understand them. The women were singing in a different language, it seemed. Or maybe it was only their accent. Then, listening carefully, Hercules was able to make out a familiar name. Dionysus, the women sang, their voices rising to an ecstatic pitch. Slowly and cautiously, Hercules edged forward until he was on the perimeter of the clearing. Now he could see. After so long in the dark, it was the most extraordinary sight. In fact, it was almost too much to take in at once. Hercules found himself blinking, then staring, as he tried to soak in all the details of the ethereal scene. The women were dancing. There were between 10 and 20 of them, twirling around to the rhythm of the drums. One girl played a pipe, which sounded just like a bird. The women were all dressed in white, and as they danced, they shook their long hair, which was woven with flowers and ivy. Some carried flaming torches, while one woman held a thyrsus. This was a wand of giant fennel wrapped in ivy, with a pine cone on top, a symbolic object favoured by followers of the wine god. On the ground nearby were terracotta pots, each filled to the brim with red wine. The women danced joyfully, weaving around each other and stamping their feet to the rhythm, all the while singing the most beautiful song. As Hercules watched, he imagined them dancing all night without tiring, going to sleep only when the sun rose. They were in a trance, energized by joy and devotion. Hercules also found himself spellbound. After a while, he could hardly distinguish the women from the shadows they cast on the trees. Everything seemed to mix and intermingle, blending together in a golden haze. the women were free to dance until daybreak, but Hercules had a task to complete that night. At last, he stirred himself from his trance and rode on around the clearing. He took care to move as quietly as possible so as not to disturb the dancers. Though perhaps, he thought, they might not even notice. The women were in another world, in a divine ecstasy. Hercules was a little reluctant to leave them behind. He listened for as long as he could, following their joyful song as it grew fainter and fainter until it finally faded away. It was as if the worshippers had been swallowed up by the woods, closing the door of their open-air temple. And the strange thing was, once they were out of earshot, Hercules forgot the tune immediately. He'd listened for so long, transfixed by the melody. Yet now, he couldn't hum more than a couple of notes. The song escaped him, as tantalizing and evanescent as a dream. It was a shame, thought Hercules. But perhaps the disappearance of the song made it all the more beautiful. Often, the most special moments in life were the ones that felt fleeting and impossible to capture. These were the thoughts drifting through his mind as he continued his journey, immersed once again in the moonlit dark and the near silence. After a while, the thoughts left him too. It was as if his mind had emptied out completely, becoming a reflection of his surroundings. He forgot where he was and where he was going. For a moment, he even seemed to forget himself. He was just a body moving through space, completely at peace. This time, it was Ianthe that stirred him from his trance. The horse let out a soft snort, and just as she understood him, he understood her. She wanted his attention. "Look," she seemed to be saying. "Listen." At first, Hercules only saw the darkness, and he heard nothing at all. But then, he became aware of a space up ahead, a gap in the trees. The gap let in the moonlight and the night breeze, and with it came the sound of the air carried across an open space and a musky scent. The gap was like a portal, bringing them to the threshold of another realm. Riding out of the trees, Hercules realized where he was. Not in another world, as it had seemed in his forest trance, but exactly where he wanted to be, on the edge of Diomedes' land. In front of him was a fence. On the other side, in the distance, he could see the horses. There were 4 of them, resting in the grass. If they were outside in the middle of the night, Hercules reasoned, they had to be the horses he was looking for. Instead of sleeping in the stables, they were outside, free, or as free as they could be within the confines of the enclosure. It seemed large, thought Hercules, but not quite large enough for horses that were essentially wild. These animals spent most of their lives running through fields and forests, completely free. And now they were in this modest enclosure, a small area of land between Diomedes' palace and the woods. Hercules' cousin, the king, planned to give the horses plenty of space once they were his. As he awaited their arrival, the king was overseeing the construction of a vast enclosure. There, the horses would feel as though they were living freely in nature. Because of this, Hercules had no qualms about taking the horses from Diomedes. He was bringing them to a better home, if only they would let him. After dismounting, Hercules walked up to the fence and considered his next steps. First, he examined the fence, which was tall and solidly built. He could climb over it, but there wasn't much point in him going to the other side. He needed the horses to come over to this side. Another option was to break the fence, but this would be no easy task. And then, even if he did manage to create a gap in the fence, there was no guarantee that the horses would come through it. Besides, Hercules reasoned, even if he found a way to get the horses out of the enclosure, that only solved part of the problem. They were wild, untamed creatures who had no reason to obey him. Somehow, he would have to earn their trust. The first step was getting their attention. At the moment, the horses were resting on the far side of the enclosure, oblivious to his presence. But Hercules had an idea. He whispered to Ianthe, who let out a loud whinny. Right away, the other horses turned in their direction. One of them, a magnificent black stallion, came trotting over, and the others soon followed. Hercules found himself face to face with 4 wild horses, They were shades of black and grey, gleaming silver in the moonlight. And while they seemed fairly placid, Hercules could tell that these horses were different. They weren't used to humans, and there was no sense of mutual understanding. They were much more interested in Ianthe. The black stallion pushed his nose through the bars of the fence, sniffing Ianthe curiously. As he watched the two horses interact, Hercules reflected. His ability to communicate with Ianthe had its limits. If only they could speak to each other. If only Hercules could tell Ianthe to share his message, to ask the other horses to somehow jump the fence and follow him. Meanwhile, Ianthe and the stallion seemed to be engaged in their own silent conversation. At one point, the stallion gave Ianthe a friendly lick on the side of her face. Despite their differences, the horses seemed to be getting along. And then, as Hercules reflected on the interaction, one thought led to another. Licking was a form of communication, and so was taste in a way. He might not be able to win the horses over with words, but what about food? Rummaging in his pockets, Hercules found what he was looking for: horse treats. But these were no ordinary treats. They had been given to him by a special friend who knew better than anyone what horses liked. Chiron was half horse after all. He knew their tastes. When Hercules had visited the centaurs earlier that summer, Chiron had given him some treats for Ianthe. They were the equivalent of catnip for horses, he explained. Hercules wasn't sure exactly what the treats contained, though he recalled that they had a strong minty smell. Now, as he stood by the fence, he took out one of the treats and sniffed it. Yes, that was it. The fresh, invigorating scent of peppermint. When Hercules glanced up through the fence, all 4 horses were staring at him. He knew this look. It was the same expression that Ianthe had when she was hungry. Or rather, when she was hungry for something in particular. Turning towards Ianthe, Hercules saw that she too was keen for a peppermint treat. Later, he promised her. And whether it was the word itself or his tone of voice, she seemed to understand. Good girl, said Hercules, patting her on the nose. Then, with one of the treats in his palm, he stepped closer to the fence, approaching the black stallion. The horse pushed his head through the gap in the fence and stuck out his tongue as far as it would go. But Hercules was careful not to let him reach the treat. No, said Hercules, taking a step back. If you want it, you'll have to come over here. It almost felt like they were having a conversation. And even if the horse didn't understand the words, perhaps he would understand something, somehow. What happened next was something Hercules would remember for the rest of his life. The stallion turned and cantered away until he was in the middle of the enclosure. Then he turned again towards Hercules, cantering, galloping, and then leaping over the fence. To Hercules, it almost seemed to happen in slow motion. Afterwards, he could see the stallion in his mind's eye, a majestic creature, black and glossy in the moonlight, rising in the air. At the peak of his jump, the horse blocked out the moon. For a brief moment, all went black like an eclipse. And then the stallion landed, his hooves thudding against the ground. All of a sudden, the horse was right there beside Hercules, nuzzling his palm in search of the treat. And to Hercules' astonishment, this was enough. He didn't even need to take out more treats to lure the other horses. One by one, they followed their leader over the fence, jumping with extraordinary grace. Once all four of them were over, Hercules shared some more of the peppermint treats. And as the horses ate, he reflected on his luck. The creatures were much tamer than Hercules had been led to believe. Or at least, they were easily tamed with the right motivation. Delicious treats and an intriguing new companion. Already, the black stallion and Ianthe seemed to have formed a special bond. What luck, thought Hercules. He was so grateful for Chiron's gift, and of course, for Ianthe. He could always depend on her. Ready for the return journey, Hercules climbed onto the back of his own beloved horse and began to lead the way through the woods. the journey home would be a long one, across the lands of Thrace, and then the Aegean Sea. But there was no rush, and Hercules felt relaxed now, knowing that the horses would follow him. Something magical had happened by the fence, and for the time being, the horses were his. They followed him into the trees, forming a peaceful procession. Meanwhile, somewhere else in the woods, the followers of Dionysus were still singing and dancing. As he ventured deeper into the pines, Hercules thought he could hear faint echoes of the women's song and the distant drumbeat. Even in the middle of the night, and in the middle of the woods, there was light and life. Smiling to himself, Hercules rode on through the trees. The sun was right above the ship. Hercules leant against the railing, enjoying the feel of the warm wood on his skin. Just ahead, the shoreline was coming more clearly into view. He could now make out the shapes of trees and plumes of campfire smoke rising into the air. At last, they were nearing their destination after the longest journey. Some time had passed since Hercules' last quest, fetching the horses of Diomedes. After finding the horses, Hercules had sailed all the way home and given the animals to his cousin, the king. Then, the king had told Hercules what his next task would be: to bring back the belt of Hippolyta, queen of the Amazons. Hearing this, Hercules couldn't help but let out an exasperated sigh. The king was making him retrace his steps. He would have to go all the way back across the Aegean Sea, then through the region of Thrace, and halfway across the Black Sea. Not only would the journey be long, but difficult. There were said to be hostile tribes along the route. Then, when Hercules finally reached the land of the Amazons, he would have to be prepared for a battle. The Amazon warriors were notoriously fierce, and their queen, Hippolyta, was a woman to be feared. It had seemed to Hercules that this time The king really wanted to challenge him. All this way and all these obstacles just to retrieve the warrior queen's belt. Now, as the ship came closer to the shore, Hercules reflected on the journey. It had been hard at times, with stormy seas and numerous battles, but he had made it. Or rather, they had made it. Hercules and his men. For the first time in his labours, Hercules was accompanied by fellow soldiers. Some were new recruits, others were men that Hercules had known since childhood, old friends that were like brothers to him. One of these men, Kairos, now came to stand beside him on deck. Kairos had a small, delicate build, but he was stronger than he looked. He had fought bravely alongside Hercules in recent battles, and his presence was a comfort. Hercules turned towards Kairos, whose gaze was fixed on the shore. "What do you think?" asked Hercules. He wanted his friend's opinion on their next adversaries, the Amazon warriors. The smoke from their camps was visible, rising up above the trees. Kairos told Hercules what he knew of the Amazons, that the women were as strong as any men, if not stronger, and that the queen was unlikely to give up her belt without a fight. Hercules nodded in agreement. Secretly, however, he was hoping that they could avoid a battle. He was tired of fighting. Maybe they could find some other way to get their hands on the Queen's belt. After all, that was their mission. Simply to bring back the belt. There was no need for conflict. "What if?" said Hercules. Kairos looked at him curiously, but Hercules left the thought unspoken. He would keep the idea to himself for now. The possibility that somehow he could charm the Queen, or make a bargain, or ask the gods for help. There were always other options. Right now, as Hercules looked at the green expanse of land ahead, he felt strangely calm and optimistic. Perhaps it was simply relief to be arriving after such a long journey. But it was also mixed with the slight thrill of anticipation, something he always felt when he first set eyes on a new place. The unfamiliar landscape and the fresh, exotic fragrances in the air. It all filled him with excitement and a sense that anything was possible. Most evocative of all was that cloud of smoke rising above the treetops and dissipating in the warm air. The smoke was beautiful in itself, but it also represented something, civilization of a kind. Where there was smoke, there was fire and a settlement. Hercules knew that near that smoke, hidden in the trees, were the Amazons. After disembarking from the ship, Hercules and his small army made their way through the trees. The men were glad to be on land at last, and so were their horses. Hercules' own horse, Ianthe, seemed delighted to stretch her legs, trotting energetically up the slope. Soon enough, they reached the border of the Amazon settlement. Most of it was obscured by the trees, but from here, Hercules was able to make out a few details. It seemed like the settlement mainly consisted of tents, with only a couple of mud brick buildings. Hercules remembered hearing that the Amazons hadn't lived here for long. It was said to be their new capital. On the whole, they were nomadic people, more interested in hunting, archery and warfare than city building. The border of the settlement was guarded by the Amazon warriors. They were women, like all the members of the tribe. When they saw Hercules and his men, they raised their spears. "We come in peace," said Hercules. One of the female warriors snorted in derision. He had brought quite an army with him, she said, for a peaceful mission. "Well," said Hercules, "he didn't dare come alone." He knew of the Amazons' reputation. They were said to be fearless, the best and bravest fighters in the world. The women nodded, accepting the compliment. Then he explained why he had come, to speak to their queen, Hippolyta. He had a favor to ask her. The Amazon women turned to each other and talked among themselves in their own tongue, a language that Hercules did not understand. He and his men waited patiently, hopefully, until at last the women ended their private conversation. Hercules could enter, they said, but he could not bring his army. After some negotiation, Hercules was allowed to bring just one companion. He chose Kairos, the friend and soldier he trusted the most. It was not ideal, thought Hercules, being separated from his army. But maybe he should see it as a positive sign. The Amazons were open to negotiation. If they wanted a battle, they would already be fighting. But instead, Hercules and Kairos were now riding through Amazon territory, on their way to meet the Queen. In many ways, the settlement resembled other encampments that Hercules had seen. Everywhere he looked, there were tents, horses, and warriors at work, polishing their armor or repairing their weapons. The only difference was that all of these warriors were female. In the entire camp, there wasn't a single man. Male visitors were tolerated, it seemed, for now at least. The Amazons brought Hercules and Kairos to a large tent at the center of the settlement. Then, after handing over their weapons, the men were allowed to enter. Hercules didn't know what he'd been expecting, but it certainly wasn't this. As he stepped into the tent, followed by Kairos, he was struck by the domestic atmosphere. It felt almost cozy. In the middle of the tent, sitting cross-legged on a large rug, was a woman. She had dark, striking features, but she also had a certain softness to her. Sitting beside her was a young girl, her daughter, judging by the resemblance, and the two were deep in conversation. Faced with this scene, Hercules felt more relaxed about having given up his weapons. He understood the situation. The Amazons had taken him at his word and consented to a friendly conversation. Now, Hercules' hopes of avoiding battle didn't seem so far-fetched. "Welcome," said the woman on the rug. Stepping closer, Hercules noticed the delicate golden diadem on the woman's head. It was a subtle crown, almost hidden by her dark curls. So this was the warrior queen, Hippolyta. Again, not what Hercules had been expecting. But sometimes that was a positive thing. Hercules and Kairos introduced themselves and explained their mission. They had been sent here by King Eurystheus as part of a series of quests. The king had ordered Hercules to retrieve a leather belt which belonged to Hippolyta. "And so," said Hercules, "if the queen could be so kind." Hippolyta laughed. Lifting up the fold of her tunic, she revealed the belt around her waist, which she then unfastened and placed on the rug. "This was it," said Hippolyta, "her treasured belt. It had been a gift from her father." Did Hercules know who her father was? Hercules shook his head. "My father is Ares," said Hippolyta. Ares, as they all knew, was the god of war. The tent fell silent. There was nothing more Hippolyta needed to say, as Hercules understood. The belt was a gift from her father, a god. It was priceless, and she had no reason to give it to Hercules or anyone. There was nothing, or at least nothing material, that could be offered in exchange. Hercules stood there for a moment, thinking. He was conscious of all the eyes on him. Hippolyta and her daughter, both skeptical, and Kairos silently questioning him. Now what? At last, Hercules asked for permission to sit down. Hippolyta nodded, and Hercules and Kairos settled down on the soft rug, opposite the queen and her daughter. "I'd like to tell you a story," said Hercules. It had all begun a long time ago when he visited the oracle at Delphi. Hercules was not a natural storyteller. Ever since he was a young boy, he'd preferred to express himself through actions rather than words. But as he sat there in the tent, recounting his adventures, the words flowed out of him. He told the story of the oracle, the king, and the 8 quests he had completed so far. He described his battle with the Nemean lion, how he lured Diomedes' horses over the fence, and everything in between. So much had happened. He had travelled so far from one sea to another, and encountered the most extraordinary creatures. There had been hard times too. On the way to the land of the Amazons, Hercules and his men had fought battles and endured storms at sea. Most likely, he explained, these storms had been whipped up by the goddess Hera. She was a vengeful deity who had long held a grudge against Hercules. But the men had survived. Once the wind had calmed and the water was smooth once more, they had sailed on across the Black Sea until they caught sight of the Amazon camp. That was the end of their journey for the time being. And now, said Hercules, they were tired, just like Hippolyta's daughter by the looks of it. The young girl had fallen asleep during the story. She was curled up on the rug, her head resting on her mother's lap. For most of Hercules' long story, she had been listening attentively, spellbound by his tales of wild beasts and faraway lands. But eventually, his low voice had lulled her into sleep. Hippolyta, on the other hand, was still listening. and she now looked at Hercules differently, without suspicion. In her eyes, there was something like admiration. "No wonder you're tired," she told Hercules. After all that he had done, all that he had endured, perhaps he deserved the belt. There was another long silence in the tent, but this time it was a comfortable one, a tranquil, reflective pause. Hercules and Kairos sat patiently, while all around them women lit additional lamps and candles. The sun had set during Hercules' story, and the tent had become dark. Now, with more flames burning and a growing bond between the host and her guests, the space felt warm and welcoming. Hippolyta looked thoughtfully at the men, then gave her answer. She would give Hercules the belt. Although it was precious to her, his story had inspired her, and she felt he had earned a reward. And for some reason, call it intuition, she felt she could trust him. However, Hercules would have to wait until morning. Hippolyta didn't want to make an impulsive decision, so it was best to sleep on it. In the meantime, Hercules and Kairos were welcome to stay overnight in the camp. There was a tent reserved for male visitors, who were few and far between. So it was decided. Later that evening, after a hearty meal around the campfire, Hercules and Kairos retired to their tent on the edge of the settlement. As they settled down for the night, they talked in whispers. It was strange, they both agreed, being guests in an all-female society. They were well and truly outnumbered. But despite their fierce reputation, the Amazons had been surprisingly welcoming. Kairos complimented Hercules on his storytelling skills. It was all because of the story, he said. Simply by telling Hippolyta about his adventures, Hercules had convinced her to give him the belt. They had come to the land of the Amazons, expecting a battle. But instead, it seemed it had all been resolved with a conversation. Who could have imagined? Hercules agreed that it almost seemed too good to be true. They could celebrate in the morning, he said, once the belt was in their hands. For now, it was time to rest. The two friends lie beneath soft blankets with their eyes closed, chatting until they were too sleepy to talk. it began to rain lightly. Hercules could hear the drops on the roof of the tent, a gentle pitter-patter. Soothed by the sound and weary beyond words, he fell into a dreamless sleep. Across the camp, the Amazon women were also fast asleep in their tents. But their sleep was not dreamless. They dreamt of Hercules, and their dreams were permeated with an inexplicable sense of unease. Some of the women heard a voice telling them not to trust their Greek visitor. Others had visions of Hercules riding away, carrying their queen with him. Little did they know, these dreams all had the same source, the goddess Hera. All along, she had been watching Hercules, and she didn't want him to win this easily. As soon as she had seen that Hippolyta was willing to give away her belt, Hera decided to influence the Amazons. So that night, she sent them dreams of Hercules. They weren't nightmares, but they were troubling dreams, designed to sow seeds of distrust. And all the while, as the women tossed and turned, Hercules was sleeping peacefully, oblivious. The next morning, the air felt fresh after the rainfall. Hercules and Kairos awoke full of optimism. After tending to their horses, they made their way to Hippolyta's tent, ready to claim their prize. But to their bewilderment, the entrance was blocked. The place where they had spent such a pleasant afternoon the day before, sharing stories with the Queen, was now guarded. A line of warriors stood in front of the tent, and the women eyed Hercules and Kairos with suspicion. Hercules explained that they were there to see Hippolyta. She was expecting them. The women shook their heads, and Hercules tried to plead his case. Back and forth they went, their argument becoming increasingly heated. Hearing raised voices, Hippolyta emerged from the tent. Hercules hardly recognized her. Yesterday, she had worn a tunic, her hair loose. With her daughter curled up beside her, she had seemed soft and approachable. Now, however, Hippolyta was in full battle gear, in armor from the neck down. All that was missing was her helmet, but it seemed she had already taken off her diadem in preparation. Her head was bare, her dark hair tied back. This, thought Hercules, was surely not a good sign. Although he was disconcerted, he knew that he had to appear confident. The day before, he had impressed the Queen with his tales of heroism and adventure. He didn't want to lose her respect. So, in a self-assured tone, Hercules explained that he and Kairos wished to speak to Hippolyta. It seemed that something had changed since their last meeting. But whatever it was, he said, he was sure they could find a solution. Hippolyta didn't look convinced, but it was only fair that she explained the reason for her change of heart before she sent him on his way. She nodded. So, once more, Hercules and Kairos entered the tent. This time, however, they were escorted by a group of armed women. After last night's dreams, the Amazons didn't want to leave their queen alone with Hercules. Hippolyta spoke first. She told him about the dreams, the troubling visions that had come to the women in their sleep last night. They were messages that Hercules was not to be trusted. Regretfully, she could no longer give him the belt, and she would have to ask him to leave. To her surprise, Hercules laughed. It was a strange, almost self-mocking laugh, as if to say, "I knew it." If all the women had experienced the same dreams, said Hercules, it must be divine intervention. A god was behind the dreams, turning the Amazons against him. As he had told Hippolyta yesterday, the goddess Hera had it out for him. She had tried to thwart him before. Hera was the one who had sent those storms, the wind and rain that nearly wrecked their ship on the way here. Hercules was sure of it. Now, it seemed, the goddess had found another way to cause problems for Hercules, by influencing the Amazon women in their sleep. That may be so, said Hippolyta, but there was no way of knowing for sure. The women had to trust their intuition. Yesterday, said Hercules, the Queen's intuition had told her to trust him. Yes, Hippolyta added, but now her gut was telling her something different. It seemed they had reached a stalemate. Hercules looked around at the frowning faces of the women and the spears at their sides. He really hoped it wouldn't come to this. But before they resorted to battle, there was still another option: prayer. Just as one goddess had worked against him, perhaps another one would help him. Hercules closed his eyes, and in his mind he spoke to his protector, the goddess of wisdom and warfare. Please, he asked Athena, help us to resolve this peacefully. His eyes were still closed when he heard the gasps of awe from Kairos, Hippolyta, and all the women that surrounded him. Opening his eyes, Hercules saw a familiar figure. In the center of the tent, standing between him and Hippolyta, was the goddess Athena. She was as shining and radiant as always, and like the other women, she was dressed in her armor. First, Athena turned to Hercules, greeting him with a smile. Then she turned to Hippolyta and spoke one warrior to another. Athena told Hippolyta to trust Hercules and to give him the belt he asked for. It was what the gods wanted. Well, not Hera, perhaps, but all the others were on Hercules' side. And you should be too, said Athena. Then, before Hippolyta could respond, the goddess disappeared. Faster than fading smoke, she didn't leave so much as a trace of her presence. The women exchanged looks of astonishment. They could hardly believe their eyes. It was like another shared dream, only this time they were all awake. There was no one who could have vouched for Hercules better than Athena. She knew him well, and she was a goddess. Not only that, she was the goddess of warfare. Naturally, the Amazons respected Athena. They saw themselves in her, a warrior and the embodiment of female power. So they had no choice but to believe her and to do what she said. Hippolyta untied the heavy belt from around her waist and looked at it one last time. It was made of dark leather with bronze plates and gold embroidery. Her father, the god Ares, had given it to her when she was just a little girl. He knew that his daughter would one day become the greatest of warriors. Since then, Hippolyta had worn the belt in so many battles. Cuts and scuff marks were visible on the leather. Perhaps, she reasoned with herself, it was time for a new belt. She could always ask her father. With a sigh, Hippolyta gave the belt to Hercules. "Thank you," said Hercules. He would take good care of it. A little later, Hercules and Kairos sat astride their horses, slowly making their way out of the Amazon camp. Their weapons had been returned to them, and they were escorted out by several women, Hippolyta among them. When they reached the border, the Greeks and the Amazons wished each other goodbye and good luck in any future battles. Hippolyta told Hercules that he had earned the belt, and she was glad to have played a part in his success, helping him complete his 9th labor. "How many left?" she asked. "3 more," said Hercules. "3 more tasks, 3 more adventures." "So you're nearly there," said Hippolyta. They smiled at each other, a smile of mutual respect, and perhaps something more. Then Hercules bid a final farewell to the warrior queen and rode into the trees, followed by Kairos. Just beyond the woods was the beach, and the ship that would take them home. Hercules lay in the sand, fast asleep. He was covered by the cool shade of the trees. Specks of sunlight filtered through the leaves, creating shifting patterns across his body. But Hercules was hardly aware of the shade, the sun, or even the sound of the nearby waves. He was in deep dreams, tired after his long journey. And his dreams were filled with memories of that surreal voyage. He saw himself gliding across the blue waters of the Mediterranean, not in a boat, but in a golden cup. It was like a huge bowl, carrying him safely and swiftly across the sea. This strange vessel had been a gift from the sun god Helios. It was the cup that he used himself to travel across the sea, sailing from west to east every night. Taking pity on Hercules as he set off on yet another long journey, the god had given him the cup. Bright, beautiful images flashed through Hercules' mind. He saw the golden edges of the cup rising up around him. He saw the waves transformed into a white blur as he moved faster and faster. And ahead, he saw the hazy outline of the island shimmering on the horizon like a mirage. It was a dream, yet it was not a dream. Even in his sleeping state, Hercules knew that somehow it had really happened. The images became softer and fainter, like gradually dissipating waves. For a while, Hercules' sleep was dreamless, blissful. He experienced the deep rest he'd been craving. When he finally awoke in the late afternoon, it took him a while to remember where he was. He came to his senses slowly, becoming aware of the soft sand beneath him. Then the rhythmic sound of the waves lapping on the shore. At last, he opened his eyes and saw the trees. They were just like the trees that grew along the coast in his homeland, with the same fragrant scent. For a moment, he thought he was back in Greece. But then he remembered his dream, and he knew where he was. He was on the island of Erythea, in the western Mediterranean, the furthest west he had ever travelled. And he had arrived here not by boat, but by a magical golden cup, a gift from the god Helios. Sitting up, Hercules shielded his eyes from the sun and looked along the coastline. The vessel was nowhere to be seen. Still feeling a little groggy from his sleep, Hercules yawned and tried to recall his mission. The king had sent him to the island for his 10th quest. The island was home to someone. Hercules closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths until his mind cleared. Now he could remember his conversation with the king. He could even hear his voice. Geryon is no ordinary giant. That was what the king had said. Hercules remembered because it made him laugh. The distinction between ordinary and extraordinary giants. It was all coming back to him now. Geryon the giant lived on the island with his herd of red cattle. Hercules had been sent here to take the cows from Geryon and transport them all the way back to Greece. This island was small, Hercules reasoned, so finding a giant and his cattle should be easy. The challenge would be getting the cows off the island without having to fight their owner. But if he had to fight, well, as always, Hercules was prepared. He had his shield and spear. Having fought the lion, the Hydra, and countless other opponents, he was sure he could take on the giant. Now feeling fully awake, Hercules decided to get ready. First, he took a refreshing dip in the sea and dried off, walking along the sand. Then he returned to the cluster of trees where he'd slept and foraged for berries. The fruit was unlike anything he'd ever seen or tasted. The round orange berries had a rough texture and a sweet flavor. It was a humble meal, but it would give him the energy he needed. Hercules continued through the trees until he found a kind of path leading up the side of the rock face. Up and up he went until the land leveled out and he found himself in a field. There were sheep grazing in the field, and goats too. These weren't the cows he was searching for, but it was a good sign, he thought. Perhaps there was more farmland nearby. And sure enough, after walking a little further, Hercules spotted the cattle. There were at least 40 of them, if not more, and they were beautiful creatures with red, glossy coats. Hercules could understand why the king wanted them. Still, he thought, it was a long way to travel just for some cows, no matter how lovely their coats. Seeing Hercules, some of the cows started to moo. Soon, all the cattle were mooing in unison. Whether it was a greeting or a warning, Hercules couldn't tell. But he held his spear tightly, ready for the appearance of the giant. Or at least, Hercules thought he was ready. Nothing could have prepared him for the sight. The creature that emerged from the trees was, as the king had said, no ordinary giant. Geryon stood at least 9 feet tall. He had 2 legs, but 3 bodies, 3 sets of arms, and 3 heads. As if that wasn't enough, he also had a pair of grey feathered wings, like those of a goose. The 3-headed giant wasn't alone. As he came closer, Hercules saw that he was accompanied by a large black dog, with not 1, but 2 heads. The 3 heads of the giant and the 2 heads of the dog stared at Hercules. Their expressions weren't particularly friendly. "Who are you?" asked Geryon, speaking with just one of his heads. "What do you want?" Hercules hesitated for a moment, weighing up his options. Somehow, he doubted that Geryon would be open to negotiation. "My name is Hercules," he said, "and I've come to take your cattle." To his surprise, the giant laughed, a bellowing sound that echoed through the field. "Then let us fight," said Geryon. The giant armed himself with 3 shields, 3 spears, and of course, 3 helmets. They were old and rusty, and looked as though they'd seen better days. The giant himself was also rather old, Hercules now realized. He moved slowly, and his 3 beards were flecked with white. Nonetheless, he seemed to relish the prospect of a battle. The hero and the giant faced each other and raised their spears. They hesitated for a moment until one of the cows let out a long, reverberating moo, like a starting signal. Fearlessly, Hercules lunged forwards. There was a brief clashing of metal as they fought. But then, in no time at all, Geryon found himself without weapons. Hercules had knocked all 3 spears out of his hands. The giant looked perplexed. It had all happened so quickly. This arrogant young human moved with the speed of a god. Huffing, Geryon picked up his fallen spears as fast as he could, then turned to face Hercules once again. This time, the giant managed to hold on to his weapons for a little longer. But Hercules was so quick, ducking and diving, that hitting him was out of the question. Geryon could only do his best to keep a firm grip on his spears, as his heads looked around in bewilderment. At last, beginning to feel slightly dizzy, Geryon called out, "Enough!" Hercules took a few steps back and lowered his spear. "Enough," Geryon replied. "Let us talk." For a moment, Hercules considered teasing him. Just minutes ago, the giant had presented himself as a warrior, and already he had surrendered. But Hercules decided to have mercy. There was no need to humiliate Geryon by pointing out the obvious, that his fighting days were far behind him. Strangely, Hercules could see a bit of himself in the giant. He could imagine what it might feel like to be past your prime, no longer capable of winning battles or achieving heroic feats. One day, many years from now, Hercules would find himself in a similar position. For now, at least, he could fight a giant, but nobody could fight time. Looking Geryon up and down, Hercules nodded. Then he glanced at the dog, who was still watching him intently. He wasn't usually nervous around animals, but it was a very big dog, and it did have 2 heads. "This is Orthrus," said the giant. "He does whatever I tell him." Looking at his dog, Geryon uttered a few words. Instantly, Orthrus sat down, and his expression changed. He now looked relaxed, almost friendly. The giant explained that the dog had a brother, the 3-headed Cerberus, who guarded the gates of the underworld. Hercules considered asking for more information. He was curious as to why a 3-headed giant had a 2-headed dog, and how a 2-headed dog had a 3-headed brother. Just thinking about it was making Hercules' own head spin. He reminded himself to focus on his mission, the giant's cattle. Hercules suggested that they sit and talk. Geryon nodded and said he knew just the spot. As the sun began to set, Hercules sat down at a wooden table near the giant's house. It was a beautiful place. From where he sat, Hercules had a view of the fields, the trees, and the sun setting over the sea. While he had seen many beautiful sunsets in his life, he'd never seen one quite like this. It turned everything red: the sky, the sea, the earth. Even the cows seemed to have a greater vibrancy, their coats reflecting the light of the setting sun. While Hercules admired the scenery, Geryon set the table with plates of bread, goat's cheese, meat, and vegetables glistening in oil. He then sat down with evident relief, easing himself into a solidly built chair and tucking his feathered wings behind him. During their brief battle, Hercules had been so focused on the giant's many heads and arms that he'd almost forgotten about his wings. Now, he couldn't help but ask, could the giant fly? "Not anymore," said Geryon. In his youth, he had been able to fly short distances. He would beat his wings, leap from the edge of the land, and hover over the sea. Hercules followed the giant's gaze towards the water, now gleaming with dazzling red light. Gerion's expression was wistful. Once again, Hercules found himself feeling a little sorry for the giant, who could no longer fight or fly. And now he was about to lose his cattle. As if reading his mind, Gerion said, "You can have the cows." Hercules was taken aback, but before he could ask why the giant was willing to give up so easily, Gerion continued. He wanted to know Hercules' plans, where he would take the cows, and what their living conditions would be like. The king, said Hercules, had specifically requested the cows. He already had quite an impressive collection of animals, most of which had been captured by Hercules on previous quests. There was the boar of Erymanthos, the white bull of Crete, and the wild horses that had once belonged to Diomedes. Now, the king wanted to add Gerion's cattle to his collection. They would be well looked after, Hercules promised, living in a specially built enclosure. Gerion looked pensive, and his 3 heads nodded. That was all that mattered to him, that the cows had a good home. Nearby, the cows were starting to shuffle across the field towards the barn. In the last rays of the sun, they looked like a single undulating wave of red. The creatures were clearly important to Gerion. For that reason, said Hercules, it was surprising that the giant was so willing to say goodbye. Gerion sighed. It came as a surprise to him as well, he said. But something had happened during his short fight with Hercules. The truth had finally dawned on him. Something that he'd already known deep down, but had been unable to admit until that moment. Gerion was old, and he was tired. As much as he loved the cows, soon the day would come when he could no longer care for them. At last, he accepted that he was ready to enjoy his retirement. He would live a simpler life from now on, just him and his dog. He would tend to his crops, go for walks along the beach, and take long, leisurely naps in the afternoon. Without the responsibility of caring for the cows, Gerion could finally relax. Hercules felt reassured by this response. He was not depriving the giant of anything, but relieving him of his burden. They continued their meal in companionable silence. When there were just a few scraps of food left, the two panting heads of the dog popped up from under the table. It seemed that Orthrus was expecting a treat. "Watch this," said the giant. He picked up a piece of meat and tossed it towards the dog's two heads. Each mouth caught one of the ends, resulting in a brief tug of war. "Orthrus ate twice as much as other dogs," said Geryon. And the giant also had quite an appetite, in proportion with his 3 heads and bodies. In fact, this meal was just a snack. Later on, Geryon would have another dinner. Hercules was fascinated by the giant and his dog. He had so many questions to ask. But at the same time, he was starting to feel sleepy. Despite his nap on the beach earlier that day, he still hadn't fully recovered from his journey. Hercules was starting to lose track of time. He couldn't remember when exactly he had left Greece, or how long the journey across the sea had taken him. But then again, perhaps it didn't matter. That was all in the past. And now he was here, enjoying this tranquil moment on the island, watching the first stars emerge. Hercules let out a contented sigh, which turned into a yawn, and to his relief, Geryon said that he could stay for the night. The giant was not used to receiving visitors, and the house, well, Hercules would see it for himself, but it would do for one night. Hercules was curious, wondering what Geryon meant. If the house was dirty, he could cope with that. For his 5th labor, Hercules had cleaned out those stables, so nothing could shock him now. If the giant's house was humble, that was no problem either. Hercules was used to being a guest in modest dwellings. But Geryon's house was neither dirty nor humble. It was, in its own peculiar way, a palace. As he stepped inside, Hercules looked around in wonder. There was just one floor and one room. The ceiling was at least 20 feet high, and the walls were lined with tall wooden shelves. But nothing was in a straight line. The planks of the shelves had been carved into sinuous shapes, so the wood itself seemed to flow. Hercules admired other details: a patterned rug, an ornately carved wine rack, and a bed the size of a ship. Everything was large, designed for Gerion's proportions. But it wasn't just the size of things that struck Hercules. It was the detail. All the furniture and furnishings, all the contents of this eccentric house had been made with love. Gerion was clearly a giant of many talents. Hercules made sure to compliment his host, who smiled bashfully. "Yes," said Gerion. He had built and designed it all himself. Now that he was retiring, perhaps he would have time to start on another project. Looking around the room, Hercules wasn't sure that there was space for a new project. But Gerion, with all his creativity, would surely find a solution. While the giant pottered around his home, the dog settled down in his favorite spot on the rug. Meanwhile, Hercules made himself comfortable in his bed for the night. The cushioned bench in the center of the room. Like everything else in the house, it had been built for a giant. And it was not only the largest bed Hercules had ever slept in, but also one of the most comfortable. His back was completely supported, yet at the same time he seemed to sink into the spongy cushion beneath him. It was heavenly. The only source of light was an oil lantern in the far corner of the room, creating a cozy glow. It provided just enough illumination for Hercules to be able to gaze up at the ceiling. Or at least, he thought he could see the ceiling. It was so high up. With half-closed eyes, he had the sensation of looking up and up, searching for a ceiling that merged into the night sky. Or it was like being in a temple, he thought. He might be drifting off beneath the high ceiling of a temple, breathing in the calming scent of incense. Hercules' thoughts wandered, and his breaths deepened, and soon he was fast asleep. Hercules slept well and awoke in a good mood the next morning. He felt victorious as he bid goodbye to the giant and his dog, before leading the cattle towards the waiting ship. Now, all he had to do was travel back to Greece and bring the cows to the king. But in the days that followed, Hercules realized that his quest was only half complete. The goddess Hera had other plans for him. She had tried to thwart Hercules before on numerous occasions. During his battle with the Hydra, Hera had sent another monster to attack him. And most recently, during Hercules' travels to the land of the Amazons, the goddess had whipped up storms at sea. This time, Hercules' voyage went smoothly. He and the cows travelled in various ships, stopping off at islands along the way. For a week, they stopped in a village not far from the coast, a humble settlement scattered over some hills. Although it didn't look like much, centuries from now, it would be known as the city of Rome. After this stopover, Hercules and the cattle boarded another ship, and then another, until they finally arrived in Greece. Hercules was so grateful to finally be back home. After stepping out onto the shore, he knelt down and kissed the sand. And it was in this moment that the vengeful goddess Hera decided to act. Her intervention was a subtle one. No monsters, no storms, but a little gadfly. She sent the fly towards the cattle, where it bit each cow in turn. Mooing in discomfort, the cows began to wander off in different directions. Hercules called out, begging them to come back. He needed the herd to stick together. But with surprising speed, the cows scattered, and it didn't take long for Hercules to lose sight of them. Some walked along the beach. Others moved towards the town, and others still went around in circles, swatting their tails. It was too coincidental, thought Hercules, to lose the cattle just when he thought his task was over. He was sure that Hera was behind it. Over the following weeks, Hercules roamed all over the land, trying to gather the herd. It was frustrating at times, but he consoled himself with the fact that at least he was not alone. He was reunited with his beloved horse, Ianthe, so he could travel more quickly. And he had some help from unexpected sources. When news spread that Hercules was looking for the cattle, people were keen to come to his aid. Especially the people of Nemea, where Hercules had defeated the lion, and the residents of Lake Stymphalia, where the hero had chased away the bronze-beaked birds. The people in these places remembered Hercules and were still grateful for his help. So they formed search parties to look for the missing cows and assisted him in reuniting the herd. At last, after weeks of searching, Hercules succeeded in finding all the cows. And one cool autumn afternoon, he found himself on a familiar road, riding towards the palace. A crisp breeze rustled through the trees, some of which had turned red. The smell of the sea blew towards him, mingling with the floral scent of the cyclamen that grew on the roadside. On a nearby farm, men were making wine with freshly harvested grapes. And it was then that Hercules realized. It's been over a year, he thought. More than a year had passed since he'd set out on his journey, beginning his 10th labor. When he left, it was summer, the summer of a previous year. Although it was a long time, in a way, it seemed like nothing. Returning to the palace, it felt as though he'd been here only yesterday. This was the sensation of homecoming. The king was delighted to see Hercules at long last, and to have a beautiful herd of cows to add to his collection. He'd created the perfect enclosure, he told Hercules. There was a huge field and a newly built stable with a high ceiling. Hearing this, Hercules smiled. He was reminded of another building with a high ceiling, the house of Geryon the giant. The king asked Hercules why he was smiling. It's a long story, said Hercules. He would tell the king all about his adventures later. But now, it was time to rest. Hercules looked up and down the beach, scouring the rocks. All he could see were shades of grey, jagged charcoal-coloured boulders, and pebbles of all shapes and sizes, all grey. The sky was overcast, darkening the surface of the Aegean Sea. Everything seemed to blend into each other, making it harder for Hercules to spot what he was looking for. And yet, he thought, the man should be easy to find. A human should stand out, clearly visible on the pebble beach. But the person Hercules was looking for was not just a man. His name was Nereus, though he was commonly known as the Old Man of the Sea. Nereus was a god, and perhaps the only one who could give Hercules the information he needed. Hercules had been told that Nereus often came to this particular beach for an afternoon nap. On warm days, he could be seen stretched out on the rocks. But finding him was one thing, and catching him was quite another. Hercules bent down and picked up a grey, sea-smoothed pebble. Sliding it between his fingers, he noticed its pleasant warmth. While the sky was overcast now, the sun had been shining brightly this morning. The pebble had absorbed its heat. It was a soothing sensation, the warm stone massaging his hand. Hercules found himself daydreaming for a moment. Then, as he walked slowly along the shore, still holding the pebble, he reflected that he may have missed his opportunity. Perhaps Nereus had been here earlier, when the sun was still shining. Now that it was hidden behind a veil of clouds, maybe the god had returned to the waves. Somewhere below the surface, he was doing whatever sea gods did, swimming with the dolphins, or commanding the fish, getting them to build him an underwater palace made out of seashells. Just as Hercules was getting swept up in his daydreams, he spotted something out of the corner of his eye. A movement at the far end of the beach. So subtle, it might have been his imagination. Hercules walked onwards as quickly and quietly as he could. No easy task on a pebble beach. As he got closer, his heart quickened with excitement. There he was, Nereus, the Old Man of the Sea. Nereus lay on his back, fast asleep on the pebbles. With each deep breath, his chest rose, and his long white beard with it. It was braided at the ends, decorated with pearls and strands of seaweed. Hercules paused for a moment, pondering his next steps. He needed to talk to Nereus, who was said to know the location of the Garden of the Hesperides. This was where Hercules needed to go for his next task. He had no idea where the garden was or how to get there. Now, he was just a few feet away from the man with the information he needed. But from what he had heard, Nereus wouldn't be easy to catch. Hercules watched the gentle rise and fall of the old man's chest. While he was asleep, Hercules had the advantage. Still, he didn't want to startle him. Easy does it, thought Hercules, moving closer. He gently let go of the pebble in his hand, so he could grab hold of Nereus more easily. And although the clink of the pebble was a subtle sound, it was enough to wake up the old man. The next moments were a blur. Hercules quickly grabbed onto Nereus's shirt so he wouldn't escape. But almost as quickly, Nereus changed form, turning into a seal. He was a shape-shifting god. With the ability to transform rapidly, he was almost impossible to pin down. The old man became a seal, then a fish, then a sea serpent, and then Hercules lost track. All he knew was that he had to hold on as best as he could, whether he was grabbing onto a damp shirt or a slippery fin. Nereus was fast, but Hercules was strong, and he had faced greater challenges than this. He would stay here all day if he had to, wrestling with the god until the sun went down. But to his surprise, Nereus soon tired. He changed from a tuna to a beautiful sea nymph, and then finally back to his true form, an old man with a long white beard. "What do you want from me?" asked Nereus. He looked cross, but the pearls in his beard rattled against each other as he talked, and Hercules couldn't help but laugh. Keeping a firm hold on Nereus's shoulder, Hercules explained his mission. For his 11th labor, the king had asked him to travel to the garden of the Hesperides and to steal 3 golden apples. But no one seemed to know exactly where the garden was located. Hercules hoped that Nereus, a god renowned for his knowledge as well as his truthfulness, had the answer. "It was true," said Nereus with a sigh. He knew nearly everything there was to know, and he was incapable of telling a lie. That was why he tried to keep to himself as much as possible. When he talked to others, he was often compelled to share things that should be kept secret, like how to find the garden of the Hesperides. Hercules asked why the garden's location was such a secret. "Because of the golden apples," said Nereus. "The apples were said to grant immortality to whoever took a bite. No mortal was meant to enter the garden, and especially not Hercules." "Why?" asked Hercules. "Because the garden belonged to Hera," said Nereus. "Ah," Hercules replied. "The goddess Hera hated him, so of course she would want to keep him out of her garden. Hercules would have to be careful and maybe trick his way in. But that was something to worry about later. For now, all he needed to know was where in the world the garden was located. The only thing he knew was that it was somewhere out west. Nereus nodded. Far, far west. He would tell Hercules how to get there, just as long as he didn't tell anyone else. And if Hera asked, Nereus had nothing to do with it. Hercules listened carefully as the old man whispered in his ear, memorizing the directions. "And now," said Nereus, "I must be going." Hercules wished that he could keep Nereus a little longer, asking him all kinds of questions. It wasn't every day one got to speak to an all-knowing sea god. Still, he was grateful for the information he'd received. Nereus had been very detailed. Hercules thanked the god, and then at last took his hand off his shoulders and moved back. Nereus was now free to leave. Right away, the old man turned into a seal and galumphing down the shore. Then, after waving a flipper in Hercules' direction, he launched himself into the water and disappeared. So many journeys, thought Hercules. He had travelled all over Greece, and he'd gone far east to the Black Sea and the land of the Amazons, and far west to the island of Erythea. This time, he would have to travel even further west, to what felt like the end of the world. As the journey would mostly be by sea, Hercules decided to leave his horse Ianthe in Greece. He would miss her, but he knew she would be better off on land. She'd had enough of long sea journeys, and so had he. As he travelled west, he made many stops along the way. In his dreams, the islands and coastal towns all blurred into each other. Palm trees, steep cliffs, sandy shores, and countless whitewashed houses. On his travels, he met men who spoke Greek and men who spoke languages like nothing he'd ever heard. He encountered giants, monsters, and a peculiar creature called a camel. And gradually, Hercules lost track of days and nights. He was always on the move, sleeping somewhere different each evening. Some nights he fell asleep in a fisherman's cottage. Others he drifted off on the deck of a ship. But always to the sound of the waves. And it was a sound so familiar, so comforting, that he would fall asleep almost instantly. At last, after many weeks, Hercules caught his first glimpse of the garden of the Hesperides. It was sunset, which felt fitting. After all, the Hesperides were the nymphs of the evening. These women, the guardians of the orchard, were associated with the golden light of sunset. Hercules had finally arrived in the far west, the land of the setting sun. From his ship, Hercules gazed up at the garden. Just as Nereus had told him, it was positioned high up on a promontory, jutting out into the sea. Although he was still too far away to be sure, Hercules thought he could see glints of gold among the leaves of the trees. Perhaps these were the famous golden apples, the fruit that granted immortality. But before Hercules could see for himself, he would have to get past the guards, the nymphs who lived in the garden. The goddess Hera had instructed them to look after her precious trees. And according to some rumors, there might be a dragon too, an extra level of security. Perhaps Hera didn't entirely trust the nymphs. As Hercules walked up the hill towards the garden, he hoped that he would somehow get lucky. Maybe there would be no dragon, and he would find the nymphs asleep in the grass. He could simply walk past them, take 3 of the apples, and then head home. Of course, it was never quite that simple, but wouldn't it be nice? When Hercules reached the top of the hill, he paused for a moment to admire the view. The sky was a haze of pink and red, with wisps of golden cloud, and the ocean was a dazzling mirror. The ship that had brought him here was anchored in the bay, bobbing up and down on the gentle waves. From up here, it looked so small, a tiny silhouette on gold-tinged water. Hercules reflected that he'd been walking for a while. It had been quite a climb up the hill. How was it possible, he wondered? The sun had been setting when the ship sailed in, and it was still setting now, hovering at the same point on the horizon. There should be at least a hint of darkness in the sky, but time seemed to be suspended. Once, Hercules would have told himself that it was only his imagination. But now, after all his adventures, he could believe anything. Maybe time really was standing still. Maybe the Garden of the Hesperides existed in another dimension. The world was full of beautiful mysteries. Once he had caught his breath and gathered his thoughts, Hercules turned towards the garden. There was a fence around it, but it wasn't particularly high. And there was a gate, but no sign of a guard. No nymphs, let alone a dragon. To his surprise, Hercules was able to simply lift the latch and stroll right in. He found himself in a dense thicket of trees. The leaves had the most wonderful fragrance, both earthy and floral. It was the scent of pure nature. Hercules closed his eyes for a moment and breathed in deeply. Then, as he walked on across the grass, he realized that this truly was an orchard rather than an ordinary garden. There were no paths, only lush grass and endless trees. Some had fruits he recognized: figs, pomegranates, and persimmons. Unable to resist, Hercules plucked a fig from the branch and bit into it. It was utterly delicious, sticky, sweet, and rich, like honey in the form of a fruit. After gathering a few more figs for later, Hercules walked on, deeper into the garden. The soft orange light of sunset filtered through the trees, so that every leaf, every blade of grass seemed to glow. The garden of perpetual sunset, thought Hercules. How beautiful it was, like something from a dream. Winding his way through the grove, Hercules soon reached a clearing, and there he saw what he was looking for: the golden apples. They hung from the branches, shining and pendulous. Some glinted in the sunlight. They almost seemed to be winking at him, enticing him. Hercules was so mesmerized by the sight of the apples that it took him a moment to realize, to see what else was in the clearing. Lying in the grass just below the trees were 3 young women fast asleep. They all had dark skin and long black hair and looked like sisters. These had to be the nymphs, the Hesperides themselves. One of the sleeping women, Hercules noticed, clutched a half-eaten golden apple in her hand. He doubted that the nymphs were allowed to eat the fruit that they had been ordered to protect. Perhaps he could use this transgression to his advantage and bargain with them. Hercules took slow, careful steps across the grass. There was always a chance that he could take the apples without waking them. But as he came closer, one of the nymphs stirred, and a moment later, they were all awake. The 3 women sat up, staring at Hercules. Their expressions weren't hostile. More than anything, they looked confused, as though they were still half asleep. But gradually, they came to their senses, and the nymph who held the apple quickly tucked it behind her back. Smiling, Hercules asked if Hera knew that the nymphs were eating her golden apples. The 3 women blushed. "Please," they said, "don't tell Hera." Hercules promised that he wouldn't, but on one condition. They had to let him take 3 apples for himself. The nymphs huddled together and whispered among themselves. Then, turning to Hercules, they shook their heads in unison. It wasn't worth the risk, they said. If Hera found out that the nymphs were eating the apples, she'd be angry. But if she found out that Hercules had stolen her apples, well, there was no telling what she'd do. "You're on her list," said one of the nymphs. Hercules sighed. He knew he was on Hera's list, among her other enemies. Now what? He wondered. Hercules looked longingly at the apple trees, then down at the nymphs. The women looked so similar, almost identical. They had to be sisters. He remembered that some called them the daughters of the evening. Daughters, Hercules repeated to himself. Who were their parents? A distant memory was coming back to him, slowly floating up to the surface of his consciousness. "Tell me," said Hercules, "who's your father?" The nymphs exchanged looks, unsure if this was supposed to be a secret from Hera. They couldn't remember all the goddess's rules. There were so many. "Atlas," said one of the nymphs at last. "Our father is Atlas." Hercules asked where he could find Atlas. Again, the nymphs looked at each other, and they decided that they'd already given enough away. Hercules would have to find Atlas himself. "But he's nearby, isn't he?" asked Hercules. Instinctively, one of the nymphs nodded. Then, noticing the disapproving looks from her sisters, she quickly shook her head. Hercules thanked the nymphs, then turned to leave. It was time he was on his way. At least he thought so. It was hard to tell exactly how much time had passed, as it was still sunset. Here, it would always be sunset. Once the garden was out of sight, nightfall arrived quickly. Hercules walked inland and spent the night in a sleepy village, which consisted of just a few ramshackle houses and a dusty square. But his host was kind and his bed comfortable, though Hercules would have slept well regardless. He was so tired. The next morning, he set off on foot towards the mountains. It was here that he hoped to find Atlas, the father of the nymphs. Atlas was a Titan, one of the old gods. He had been around for longer than Zeus, longer than Hera, and he was said to live right at the top of the mountain. There he stood, day and night, using his incredible strength to hold up the heavens. Hercules' plan was to negotiate with Atlas. The nymphs wouldn't give the golden apples to Hercules, but if their father asked for some fruit, perhaps there was a chance. After climbing all day, Hercules reached the top of the mountain. Night had fallen, and the sky was spectacular. An endless expanse of indigo with infinite shining stars. Holding it all in place was Atlas. He stood on the rocky peak of the mountain, with his arms raised, supporting the weight of the sky. When Hercules arrived, Atlas lowered his gaze from the heavens. He seemed surprised to see Hercules, to have any visitor at all, in fact. "You look tired," said Hercules. It must be exhausting standing there with the weight of the world on his shoulders. Atlas shrugged. Yes, he was tired. But after all this time, he was used to it. All the same, he admitted, it would be nice to have a break. Hercules made his proposal. He would take over from Atlas for a little while, if the god did him a favor. Atlas agreed willingly. Yes, he said, he would go to the garden of the Hesperides and ask his daughters for 3 golden apples. However, Atlas looked Hercules up and down. As a god, Atlas was tall and brawny. He wasn't quite a giant, but almost. Hercules, on the other hand, was he strong enough to hold the sky? Hercules began to reel off his accomplishments, defeating the lion of Nemea, wrestling the Cretan bull, and most recently, pinning down the old man of the sea. There was no doubting his strength. Very well, said Atlas. He was still a little hesitant, but the prospect of a break was irresistible. And so, the man and the god exchanged places. Atlas told Hercules exactly how to stand so that the weight was spread evenly. The sky was heavy, Hercules discovered, but not as heavy as he'd expected. And it was a different kind of weight, somehow less burdensome than an object. If he'd had to describe it, he would have likened it to holding a dense, precious cloud. Incredible, thought Hercules. So this was what it was like to hold the sky in your hands. Once Atlas was reassured that Hercules could bear the weight, he set off down the mountain. He would be back soon, he promised. It was a night Hercules would never forget. Tired, yet wide awake. Humbled, yet filled with an extraordinary sense of power and responsibility. All night long, he gazed upwards, filled with a new appreciation for the beauty of the world. As he traced the constellations, he drifted into a waking dream. Atlas returned at sunrise, the 3 golden apples glinting in his hands. He was impressed to see Hercules still standing there, showing no signs of tiredness. Now, Atlas had a favor to ask. He wanted to extend his break, to have a little holiday. Perhaps he could deliver the apples to the king on Hercules' behalf, while Hercules stayed in position on the mountain top. Then Atlas would return, of course, and they could swap back. Hercules didn't answer at once. He needed a moment to think. On the one hand, it was tempting. He was tired of traveling, and it might make a pleasant change, staying here on the mountain. But could he trust Atlas to return? If the god decided not to keep his word, Hercules would be left stranded on the mountain. Someone needed to hold up the heavens, and it wouldn't be easy to find a substitute. No, Hercules decided, it wasn't worth the risk. But he couldn't decline outright. He was so close to getting the apples, and he couldn't lose them now. Hercules suggested that he and Atlas swap places for just a moment. He wanted to adjust his cloak, and he needed a free hand. Slowly and carefully, Hercules and Atlas made the exchange. Atlas now stood in his usual position, holding up the sky while Hercules held the apples. There was a strange silence as the man and the god looked at one another. "Oh dear," said Atlas. He realized that he'd fallen for Hercules' trick. Hercules apologized and said that unfortunately he had no choice. He didn't want to end up stuck with the sky, especially as he still had so much to do. Once he'd brought the apples to the king, he still had another labor to complete. Atlas sighed. He'd been looking forward to a holiday. Just then, Hercules had a flash of inspiration. If he himself, a man who was mostly mortal, was capable of holding up the sky, then there would be others. Perhaps Atlas could organize a kind of contest, inviting other men to have a go. That way, aspiring heroes could demonstrate their strength, and Atlas could have a break every now and then. Somewhat appeased, Atlas nodded. It wasn't a bad idea. By now, the sun was high in the sky. It illuminated the clouds and made the mountains gleam silver. Shielding his eyes, Hercules looked slowly from left to right, admiring the panorama. He could see the Garden of the Hesperides in the distance and the shimmering sea. It truly felt like he was on top of the world. Atlas's job was a tiring one, but the views were something else. The man and the god parted on good terms, with Hercules promising to send any strong men he encountered in Atlas's direction. And then, in the crisp light of the morning sun, Hercules made his way down the mountain. With the golden apples in his pocket, he felt ecstatic. At long last, he had what he needed. He was so close to completing his quest. But it wasn't quite over yet. Later that day, when Hercules stopped to bathe in a mountain stream, he received an unexpected visitor. He'd just been cooling off underwater, and as he resurfaced in the river and shook the droplets from his hair and beard, he spotted a familiar figure. It was the goddess Athena. She stood by the river's edge, tall and imposing, but with a slight smile on her face. In her hands, she held the 3 golden apples. "You can't keep these, you know," said Athena. Hercules stared at her, crestfallen. That was the last thing he wanted to hear. Athena reminded him that the apples, like everything else in the garden of the Hesperides, belonged to the goddess Hera. It was bad enough that Hercules had helped himself to some figs, but the apples, Hera would never forgive the theft of the apples. However, said Athena, she had a solution. Hercules could bring the apples back to Greece and show them to the king. Once the king had seen the apples and agreed that Hercules had completed his labor, the fruit could be returned to the garden. To save Hercules another long journey there and back, Athena would take the apples herself. Hercules breathed a sigh of relief. He was so grateful to have at least one goddess on his side. Athena turned the apples over in her hands. In the radiance of her divine glow, the apples seemed almost dull in comparison. "Don't be tempted," Athena added. Hercules mustn't eat the apples, even though they were, of course, delicious, and would make him immortal. There was no rush. Hercules would become immortal in time anyway, if he stayed on the right path. Speechless, Hercules gaped at Athena. But before he could ask any questions, Athena put the apples down in the grass and explained that she had to go. Hercules wasn't the only hero she had to keep an eye on. But the two of them would meet again in Greece, when it was time to hand over the apples. After these words, Athena vanished, dissolving in the air, and the birds resumed their singing. That evening, Hercules found a garden. It wasn't as beautiful as the garden of the Hesperides, but it had other things in its favour. Namely, it was not guarded by nymphs, and it didn't belong to Hera. It was a small, humble garden attached to one of the ramshackle houses in the village where Hercules had stayed before. After asking for permission from the bemused house owner, Hercules settled down to sleep in the grass. His recent experience on the mountain top had given him a craving for fresh night air and an unobstructed view of the stars. It felt so good to lie down. His feet were tired from his trek up and down the mountain, and his arms ached from holding up the heavens. No wonder, thought Hercules. He had so much admiration for Atlas, so much gratitude for Athena, and a renewed appreciation for everything in this world, which was bigger and more awe-inspiring than he had ever imagined. As he lay there, Hercules breathed in deeply. He could smell the scent of the grass and the sweetness of the oleander that bloomed all around the garden. Above him, there were so many stars, infinite pinpricks of light, gleaming like apples, like a celestial orchard. In Hercules' mind, images and memories merged, and it became harder and harder to follow his thoughts. Soon, quite effortlessly, he fell into the deepest sleep. The sun had set on Eleusis. A few stars shone in the violet sky, while below the land was cloaked in darkness. The only light came from the braziers outside the temple, bright flickering flames. For a moment, Hercules was mesmerized by the movement of the flames. These days, he often found himself in a calm, reflective state of mind. He'd come to the sanctuary of Eleusis, near Athens, to take part in an ancient religious ceremony. It was known as the Mysteries. Around him were other men women and children, other initiates, who seemed to be in a similarly quiet and pensive mood. They were waiting to enter the temple, to take part in the final ritual. As Hercules stood near the temple steps, his gaze drifted from the flame of the brazier to the calm faces of the crowd, and then up to the sky above. It was an unusually beautiful sky, he thought, so clear. The few stars that shone were clustered together in the form of a crown, decorating the night sky. Hercules had been waiting for a while, so he had little to do other than admire his surroundings. The sky, the silhouettes of the cypress trees, and the serene surface of the sea. But Hercules' ability to appreciate his surroundings and his inner sense of peace weren't just a result of tonight's long wait. This whole experience had changed him. For the past 9 days, he and the other initiates had taken part in countless rituals. In Athens, they'd washed in the sea to cleanse themselves, and spent a night feasting, singing, and dancing. Then the group had walked to Eleusis along the sacred way, singing songs of the goddess Demeter and her daughter Persephone. And then, in the temple, there had been a ritual that lasted all night, and a drink, the most wonderful drink. After that, the days and experiences blurred together. Hercules couldn't remember exactly where he had slept, or what he'd done that day. But he had gained another kind of clarity. More than ever, he felt sure of himself and his place in the world. And he had never lost sight of his mission, why he'd come to Eleusis and taken part in these sacred rituals. Hercules was about to begin his 12th labor, his final quest. This time, the king had asked him to retrieve Cerberus, a legendary 3-headed dog. But there was a problem. Not only was Cerberus rumored to be enormous and ferocious, but he lived in Hades, the underworld. This was the place where all beings went eventually, when the time came. But Hercules was alive, and he planned to stay that way. He was also a mortal. Visiting Hades and then returning to the land of the living was unprecedented. So, to prepare for his task, Hercules had decided that it would be wise to take some precautions. He would follow in the footsteps of countless others, seekers and adventurers like himself, and visit the sanctuary of Eleusis. He would take part in the secret rituals to achieve insight and self-knowledge. That way, he could visit the underworld safely. And, just as importantly, he had a higher chance of a safe return. Hercules would do something that no mortal had ever done before. He would travel between the realms. For that reason, he'd taken part in each ceremony with the utmost respect and devotion. Whether he was praying to the goddess Demeter or sipping the sacred brew, he was fully present. And even now, in between rituals, Hercules found himself in a peculiar state of awareness. Everything felt heightened, almost as though he was experiencing it for the first time. Standing outside the temple, Hercules caught the eye of another initiate, a young foreigner, and smiled. He recognized the man's expression, a look of calmness, contentment, and wonder. The young man looked as Hercules felt. And then, all of a sudden, a memory came flooding back. Hercules recalled a moment from long ago, right at the beginning of his adventures. He remembered how he had visited the Oracle of Delphi, how he'd waited outside that temple in the mountains, with the sun on his skin. The flutter of excitement as he went inside to meet with the priestess. And now, here he was, years later, about to undergo a similar experience. So much had changed since then. It was like closing the circle, Hercules thought with a smile. His labours had begun with a visit to a temple, and now, as he prepared for his 12th and final task, he was about to enter another temple. Then he remembered the words he'd seen at Delphi, inscribed on a column. Know thyself. With all the time that had passed and all his experiences, Hercules certainly knew himself better now. But what did it mean, he wondered, to truly know himself? Or to know anything for that matter? There were so many mysteries in the world. But tonight, at Eleusis, he hoped to get a little closer to that knowledge, to learn and to experience. One by one, more stars appeared in the violet sky, and at last the temple doors opened, letting out a waft of heady incense. It was time for the final ritual, the revelation of the divine mysteries. The sun rose, turning the marble steps pink. Slowly, as if still in a trance, the people came out of the temple. They stood on the steps, facing the rosy sky and the golden sea, and looked around in awe. Among them was Hercules. He stood in the crowd of spellbound pilgrims, and he too gazed up in wonder. The sky was slowly transforming from pink to blue. A single cloud hung above the horizon, so still it seemed to be resting. Hercules had witnessed the sunrise countless times. Yet in this moment, he felt like a child. Everything was new, and everything was so beautiful and charged with meaning. If someone had asked Hercules what had taken place in the temple that night, he could not have answered. The mysteries had to be kept secret. That was the rule. But even for himself, Hercules did not have an answer. He remembered lifting the cup to his lips, drinking the sacred brew, and then there were no words for what he had seen, what he had experienced. And right now, he didn't feel the need to search for words. He was content to simply be here, staring at the sky and breathing in the fresh air. This was life, and Hercules felt so alive, even reborn. He was ready for a trip to the underworld. On the southernmost tip of the mainland was a cave. The blue waves of the Mediterranean rolled in, washing over the rocks by the entrance. The cave seemed shallow at first, big but shallow. But Hercules knew that this appearance was misleading. In fact, the cave had infinite depth. A courageous traveler who ventured inside would keep going and going until he sailed into Hades. This cave was the entrance to the underworld. Hercules knew he was ready, or at least as ready as he was ever going to be. But as his little boat drifted inside the cave, he felt a shiver of apprehension. Or perhaps, he told himself, it was just the cool of the cave. It was simply the temperature, nothing more. And then he felt something else, which had nothing to do with the cave. Someone was with him. He could feel it. Hercules turned around, and for a moment he was blinded by the light. At first, he thought it was the sun, the contrast between the dazzling light outside and the gloom of the cave. But then his eyes adjusted, and he saw her, the goddess Athena. She sat beside him in the boat. In the darkness, her ethereal glow was even more radiant than usual. Smiling, she greeted Hercules and said that she had come to guide him on his journey through the underworld. Athena had helped Hercules numerous times before, giving him a sword to defeat the Hydra and a rattle to frighten off the bronze-beaked birds. Most recently, she had returned the golden apples to the Hesperides on his behalf, saving him a lengthy journey. And now, said Athena, seeing as this was Hercules' final adventure, she wanted to be there with him. Hercules smiled and thanked the goddess. He was so happy to have her company and her guidance. Though, of course, he probably could have done it alone. The prospect of entering the underworld didn't frighten him. Athena raised an eyebrow. Well, said Hercules, maybe a little. He had to admit that even after all his adventures, he wasn't entirely immune to fear. But he was braver than he had ever been, and with the goddess by his side, he could do anything. Athena nodded. They would stick together. Ready? She asked. Yes, said Hercules, and he meant it. He felt ready. Slowly, the boat drifted deeper into the cave. The rocky ceiling was becoming lower, and the darkness more profound. For a few minutes, Hercules could see nothing at all. And then he became aware of something. Not a light at the end of the tunnel, not exactly, but there must have been some kind of luminescence, because the darkness had softened. It was no longer black, but grey, or even silver. He was reminded of those nights when the moon was half obscured by clouds. Even without much light, there was still some visibility. He could make out the walls of the cave, which were gradually becoming further apart. And he could see the calm surface of the water. There were no waves here, because they had left the sea behind, and the rest of the world with it. They were now on a river, one of the many rivers of Hades. As Hercules rode onwards, his eyes adjusted to the dim light. He could see more now. The grassy banks of the river, the tall reeds and wildflowers, and the vast grey clouds that rolled above. It wasn't just the clouds that were grey. Everything seemed grey, or rather, an uncanny shade of silver. The underworld had a colour of its own. It was strange, thought Hercules, that he could now see so clearly. There was no moon, of course, and no stars. Occasionally, they passed a burning torch by the riverside, but there were no other sources of light. And yet, the outlines were visible. All the branches of the trees, and even each blade of grass, had a dim, silvery sheen. It was as though the realm was illuminated by an invisible moon. Sometimes the clouds descended, and they rode right into the mist. But they soon came out the other side, back into the sprawling riverscape. The underworld was a peculiar place, said Hercules, but he had expected something stranger. Athena reminded him that this was just one region of Hades. It was a vast place, larger than he could possibly imagine. There were many rivers winding their way through countless lands. For instance, if they followed this river right to the end, they would reach the Elysian fields. It was a kind of paradise where people spent the afterlife in a state of absolute bliss. Then there were the Asphodel Meadows, the Land of Dreams, and many other strange and wonderful places. So far, they hadn't encountered any of the souls who lived in the underworld. But there were so many, said Athena. the spirits of everyone who had ever lived. And there were gods too, and fantastical creatures. Whatever stories Hercules had heard, whatever he had imagined, the underworld was something far beyond. Hercules would have been happy to row on forever, exploring realm after realm. But he knew he had a job to do. He'd come here for a reason, after all. His mission was to find Cerberus, the three-headed dog who guarded one of the entrances to the underworld. Hercules had no map, of course, and no idea where to begin looking. But perhaps Athena had some suggestions. The goddess looked thoughtful. She said that a good starting point would be to look for the god Hades, the king of the underworld. The whole place was named after him. Cerberus belonged to Hades. Rather than attempt to steal the dog, it would be a good idea to speak to Hades directly, to ask for his permission, and even his help. After all, said Athena, Hercules didn't want to anger the god of the underworld. Diplomacy was the best option. Hercules nodded in agreement. He was so grateful to have Athena as a guide. But even if she had remained silent, her mere presence was deeply comforting. He asked Athena where they could find Hades. Given that this was his kingdom, he could be anywhere, patrolling the entrances to the Elysian fields, or watching the boats cross the river Styx. True, said Athena, but she knew Hades well, and she knew his habits. There was a place he liked to roam, on the edge of the asphodel meadows. After rowing a little further down the river, they came to a dock with two blazing torches either side. Athena told Hercules to moor the boat. She got out first, then reached out her hand so she could help Hercules to step onto the dock. Although Hercules had encountered Athena on numerous occasions, this was the first time they had touched. He was struck by how warm and solid her hand felt in his. He had been expecting a more ethereal sensation, but instead she felt almost human. The only difference was that her skin felt a little warmer to the touch and had a slight charge, like static electricity. As she let go, his own fingers seemed to tingle. Then they began to walk away from the river and into the sweeping fields of the asphodel meadows. The landscape reminded Hercules of the lush countryside in parts of Greece. It wasn't so different from other places he'd been. There were trees, grass, flowers. The sense of strangeness came from the sky, a dark, silver-clouded sky with no stars or moon. And yet he could see. Perhaps it was the clouds that gave off their own subtle radiance, illuminating the underworld. Hercules picked one of the flowers, a pale asphodel with petals arranged like a star. As he examined it, he tried to find the source of the flower's dim glow. Was it a reflection of some external light? Or did it come from within? Even the goddess did not have an answer. She told Hercules that the underworld was full of such mysteries. Sometimes one had to accept the unknowable. Hercules sighed. The goddess was right. All he could do was admire the asphodel and breathe in its sweet fragrance, which reminded him of honeysuckle. Some things couldn't be fully understood, but they could still be treasured. With the asphodel in his hand, Hercules walked on. He had to walk briskly to keep pace with Athena, whose stride was longer than his. After a while, they caught their first glimpses of the meadow's inhabitants. People wandered here and there, some in pairs, some alone. Although they were spirits, they looked just like ordinary people. But even from a distance, Hercules could sense their aura, an aura of calm and contentment. These people had no worries, no anxieties. They lived a peaceful existence here in the asphodel meadows. Those who were close enough smiled and waved their hands in greeting. In particular, Hercules noticed a couple who sat resting beneath a tree, hand in hand. When they caught sight of Hercules and Athena, the couple smiled, their faces lighting up. The underworld was a place of simple pleasures, Athena explained. It was a simple existence, and the people who lived here found enjoyment in everything, from the scent of a flower to a chance meeting. This was the secret of happiness, thought Hercules. It was something he had learned too during his many adventures. Contentment could be found in the here and now. There was no need to wait for the afterlife. Walking onwards, a body of water came into view on the right. It was another river, Hercules realized, and beyond it lay another realm, a haze of silver, glittering clouds. This was the land of dreams, a spectacular labyrinth of towers and palaces that seemed like mirages, only they were real. Or were they? Hercules looked longingly at the silver clouds that marked the boundary. How wonderful it would be to visit the land of dreams. But they had left their boat behind, and there was no way to cross the river. Besides, as Athena was quick to remind him, he was on a mission. The land of dreams would have to wait. To shield himself from temptation, Hercules suggested that they walk in the opposite direction, away from the river and deeper into the trees. Athena agreed. Besides, they weren't far from a secluded grove, a place where Hades sometimes wandered. Weaving through the long grass of the meadow, Hercules and Athena soon reached the grove. Above their heads, the branches intertwined, creating a thick canopy of silver leaves that blocked out the sky. And yet, even here, there was visibility. The light must come from within, thought Hercules, not from the sky or the clouds, but from within everything, every leaf and every spirit. Shining flowers grew all around, a plant like a grey poppy with glittering petals. And it was here, among the flowers, that they found the god of the underworld. Hades stood in the middle of the grove, picking flowers. He was a tall, imposing figure with stern grey eyes, but with a basket of flowers slung over his arm. He looked almost approachable. Athena stepped forward to greet her fellow god and introduce Hercules. Once again, Hercules was grateful for her company. It made things so much simpler having a goddess to negotiate on his behalf, so that all he had to do was listen and nod. But then Hades addressed him directly. "You will have to prove yourself," said the god. If Hercules wanted to take Cerberus, he would have to battle him into submission with his bare hands. A man had to be the master of his dog. If Hercules could dominate Cerberus, the dog was his. Hercules nodded, but he felt a shiver of trepidation. He could still picture the two-headed dog he had once encountered, the pet of the giant Geryon. Apparently, the dogs were related. It was hard to imagine battling a two-headed dog, let alone one with 3 heads. And Cerberus was notoriously fierce, a monster of a dog. Hercules turned to look at Athena, who gave him a nod of reassurance. He could do this. Just as he had defeated the Nemean lion and captured the Cretan bull, he could overpower Cerberus. He was Hercules, after all. His name had already become synonymous with strength and heroism. Hercules told Hades that he accepted the challenge. He would become Cerberus's new master. Having made this declaration, Hercules had a sudden burst of confidence. He dared to ask Hades the question that was on his mind. Why was the god of the underworld gathering flowers? Fortunately, Hades didn't take offense. He smiled and glanced at the impressive bouquet that filled his basket. The flowers were a gift for his wife, he explained. Persephone would be returning soon to spend winter in the underworld. This was how he liked to welcome her, with a palace full of wildflowers. After saying their goodbyes, Hercules and Athena went back the way they had come. Back through the grove and across the asphodel meadows until they reached the dock. There, the little boat awaited them. And moments later, they were rowing along the river. Or rather, Hercules rowed. There was no chance of the goddess exerting herself, but it was surprisingly easy work. Even though they had been travelling for hours, Hercules didn't feel tired at all. Each movement felt almost effortless. Soon, the river branched off into countless tributaries, a misty, watery maze. Athena gave directions, telling Hercules which route to take. They were heading towards the river Acheron, as the gates near this river were the ones guarded by Cerberus. At long last, after winding their way through the labyrinth of streams, Hercules and Athena found the place they were looking for. Here were the gates, blocking an entrance that was carved into the rock face. And there, unmistakably, was the guardian of the gates, Cerberus himself. He was an impressive beast, a sleek black body the size of a bear, and 3 enormous heads. All 3 of the dog's heads were staring in Hercules' direction as he stepped out of the boat. There, said Hercules, a little uncertainly. Good boy. What amazed him, in hindsight, was how quick it was. In what felt like a matter of moments, Hercules and Cerberus met, fought, and made up. Of course, Hercules had to use his strength. He wrestled Cerberus to the ground, pressing down on the dog's back. But that was only part of it. Instinctively, Cerberus seemed to recognize how powerful Hercules was. He sensed his authority, and he respected it, acknowledging the man as his new master. Athena, who had watched admiringly from a distance, gave Hercules a short round of applause. It was true, she said. Hercules could do anything he set his mind to. Cerberus's leash, a chunky iron chain, lay coiled up on the ground. Hercules attached it to the dog's collar, then turned towards Athena. Now, all they had to do was find their way out of the underworld. The gate appeared to be locked, and the boat was too small to support Cerberus's weight. They would have to walk and search for another way. But Athena shook her head. She'd had enough of walking. The goddess closed her eyes and tilted back her head. For a moment, she seemed to be in a trance, communing with another god, perhaps. Then she opened her eyes and looked down into her hands. She now held a key, a huge rusty key that looked as ancient as the earth itself. Athena walked up to the gate and turned the key in the lock. Slowly, the gate swung open, letting out a formidable creak. Just beyond was a flight of steps, which seemed to lead into a cavernous tower or tunnel. "Ready?" asked Athena. Once Hercules left the underworld, he could never come back. Or at least, not for a very long time. Hercules paused for a moment and turned back, gazing at the surreal, silver-edged landscape. There was still so much to explore. But now, he was being called back to the land of the living. And it would be nice, he had to admit, to feel the sun on his skin once more. He followed Athena through the gate and up the steep flight of stairs, with Cerberus lumbering behind. Up and up they climbed, and at last Hercules caught a glimpse of light. It wasn't subtle or silvery like the glow of the underworld, but warm and golden, pure sunlight. Hercules felt a sudden surge of emotion in his chest and increased his pace. Moments later, Hercules, Athena, and Cerberus were standing outside the cave, with the sun shining down on them. Just ahead lay a rolling meadow with green grass and ruby-red poppies. Such rich and vibrant colours. Hercules was so happy to be back in the world that he laughed from sheer joy. Beside him, Athena smiled her enigmatic smile, and Cerberus, who had never seen the sun before, blinked in confusion. The eyes of his 3 heads were dazzled by the light. But once he had adjusted, the dog barked in happiness and pulled on the lead, eager to explore this new world. Hercules was nearly knocked off his feet. And then, once he had Cerberus under control, the 3 of them walked together. It was time to return to the palace. The king was expecting them. When they eventually arrived, there was quite a crowd. News had spread throughout the land. Hercules, a mortal, had gone to the underworld and returned alive. Not only that, but he had tamed Cerberus. There must have been at least 100 people in front of the palace. All the staff, a sizable crowd from the nearby village, and of course, the king. The crowd stood in awed silence. Seeing Hercules and Cerberus was amazing enough, but a goddess too. Handing the dog's leash to Athena, Hercules stepped forward to greet the king. The two men embraced each other. "Well done," said the king. He could hardly believe his eyes. The three-headed dog of the underworld standing right in front of him. And yes, the king confirmed, it was now official. Hercules had completed his 12 labors. He was free. The crowd let out a cheer and gave Hercules an enthusiastic round of applause. They had followed his adventures through stories shared at feasts or the songs of travelling bards. They knew all about Hercules. And now, at the end of his labours, they rejoiced with him. As for Hercules, he was overwhelmed. Joy, pride, relief. They were all there, but mixed together in the most bewildering way. It would take time for everything to sink in. For now, he could only smile. The king announced that in the evening they would have a banquet in Hercules' honor. First, though, he wanted to see Cerberus up close. The king took a few tentative steps towards the dog, who lunged forwards. Athena, who still held the leash, pulled him back, while the king made a hasty retreat. Hercules tried to reassure him. Cerberus was not aggressive, at least not with the right master. A dog like this needed someone dominant, a god or a hero. The king sighed. He'd managed to tame the other animals. The wild boar, the Cretan bull, and the horses of Diomedes. But perhaps this was a step too far. The king had to admit that he was afraid of Cerberus. Hercules and Athena exchanged glances. What now? Hercules wondered. He couldn't face the prospect of returning to the underworld and bringing Cerberus back to Hades. All he wanted to do now was rest. Fortunately, Athena had a solution. She volunteered to take Cerberus back to the underworld, the place where he belonged. Although, she added, the dog seemed to have taken a shine to Hercules, and he clearly enjoyed the sunlight so perhaps she could make a deal with Hades. Maybe Cerberus, just like Hades' wife Persephone, could go back and forth between the realms. Yes, said Hercules. It was the perfect arrangement. He thanked Athena profusely for all her help. Then, giving Cerberus an affectionate pat on each of his 3 heads, he promised that they would see each other again very soon. After saying goodbye, Hercules stood with the crowd and watched the departure. The goddess and the 3-headed dog setting off on their walk. That evening, just as the king had promised, there was a grand banquet. Every bench in the hall was filled with people, the tables groaning under the weight of all the food and wine. During the meal, a bard plucked a lyre and sang songs of Hercules' adventures. The lion of Nemea, the golden deer of the goddess Artemis, and so many others. They would be here all night. Hercules ate, drank, and celebrated his achievements along with all the others. But as the evening wore on, he found himself yawning and becoming increasingly tired. He was longing for a good night's rest. And he had earned it, he reasoned. He had certainly earned it. But before he went to bed, there was still one more thing he needed to do. Slipping out of the hall, Hercules headed towards the stables. The noise of the banquet faded into the background as he strolled across the grass, breathing in the cool night air. In the stables, Ianthe greeted Hercules with a happy snort. Burying his head in the horse's neck, Hercules breathed in that comforting, familiar smell. This was his reward, being reunited with his beloved horse. He had encountered so many magnificent creatures on his travels, but none of them could compare to Ianthe. Stroking her head, Hercules promised that they would go on more adventures together very soon, once he'd had a good, long rest. Then, after kissing Ianthe good night, Hercules left the stables and went up to his bedroom. It was just as he remembered it, a humble room with a simple wooden bed. But to his eyes, It was the most luxurious room in the entire world. After a quick bath, Hercules changed into a clean linen tunic. It felt so soft and fresh against his skin, as did the bed sheets and the mattress. The mattress was heavenly. Hercules let out a sigh of contentment, then a yawn. Once he'd blown out the flame of the oil lamp, he settled down in bed, relishing the softness. It was so comfortable, and he was so tired, barely able to keep his eyes open. He knew that he would sleep well that night. Hercules' 12 labors were over. Now, at long last, he could truly rest. And so he did. He closed his eyes and let his breathing become slow and deep. With each breath, he felt himself slipping, slowly drifting into the realm of dreams. At the end of his adventures, this was another reward. The deepest, most blissful sleep. A hero's sleep.